Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. It's Majors time again. We've come from the Bathurst 2 hour a few weeks ago, and now we go for a race that's going to work out to even longer than that, but it's a solo driver one at one of the highest stakes races on the calendar. It's the World 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the international region here in North Carolina. Racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the 2008 version, of course, in the Gen 4 Cup cars. It's going to be a massive race, and looks to me like we are already going to jump onto the grid for this one. Very short run up to this event. If you're just joining us, I'm Reese Gardner with Lynn Kinchelow alongside me in the comms box. Dan Yeaman behind the scenes, pressing all the buttons, bringing you these live pictures. Oh, Lynn, it's time to get things going here at Charlotte. I've been looking forward to this one for quite some time.
A bit of a throwback this afternoon or evening or whatever time zone you may be in at this particular point. It is, as you say, the old Charlotte, and as what I like to call it, the Bob Ross car of the iRacing service. The happy little accident that is the Gen 4. What happens when you accidentally stick a big engine inside of the old ARCA car? Well, you get this little beauty right here. They fixed the cooling system in it. It's going to be quick, it's going to be fun, and you're going to see these guys sliding around a lot even as the sun starts setting here.
Absolutely. There's your format. 400 laps on the cars with a stint length of anywhere from 44 to 47 laps, depending on what gear ratio you're using. No green-white checkers, old NASCAR rules. Double file restarts, incident limit of 45, and you can use as many tires as you want. That's basically all you need to know just to get things started, as they're already away on the formation lap. So let's go through the grid. Justin Morton on pole position, with James Walker starting alongside him on the front row. Ewan Baker and Sam Harper on the second row. Steele and Stevens, 5th and 6th. With Wayne Hutchison, Ray Partridge, Ben Doughty and Shane Bowen rounding out your top 10. Our reigning international champion Robert Northway is going to start 12th, with Christian McCrelly 11th. Brian Scrivener and Garen Batten behind them. Row 8 is the two Gavins in the field, Cox and Barber. Robbie Bradbury starts 17th, with Hayden Kirk and Dwayne Burns along with Jake Fox rounding out your top 20. Then it's Carl Burke, Adam Tozer, Dean Moll, Jason Lottridge, Craig Tilson, Clint Day, Phil Otto, Robert DeLoach, Roger Shank and Adam Johnson rounding out your top 30. Final few cars on the grid being Stuart Elder, Michael Hogg, Julian Mookie, Matt Chalker and Jonathan Ben. I think that's the fastest I've read off a grid in a long time, as we are taking to the start very shortly, just in time to be joined by Scott Rankin, and we'll welcome him to the broadcast in just a few moments, as it's time to call the start. Mr. Morton on pole position, getting the drive off the end of the pace lap, and we are away. 400 laps at Charlotte Motor Speedway begins now, and Morton already off to a great lead. James Walker managing to keep Ewan Baker behind him in the KSR Speed Nation number 34. A solid start from the field, and this is very much old school NASCAR racing, Len. It's not going to be the pack racing that we tend to see at super speedways. These are very much previous generation cars. 2 generations separated from the NASCAR machines of today, which means the racing style is very different.
Yep, these things have way more horsepower than what the tires would like to provide. You mentioned earlier that the gear ratio is an open selection. That's a big difference. So you have a lot of choices in how you set up these cars. I think a lot of these cars will have a really big front sway bar, along with some really small front springs. Try to get that coil bind down, get the aerodynamics set up as well as they can. And you can see already Morton scooting off to about a half a second lead early on. But again, this is nearly 960 kilometers in distance. That's almost the length of a Bathurst 1000, and it's going to take about as long to get through this.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, Mr. Rankin. We can bring you in here as they're around on lap 3 at the moment. Already some fighting going on further back in the field. We're seeing that Sam Harper is trying to hold off Ryan Steele for 4th place. So we're getting a taste here of the... Oh, there's already been a crash. Oh, big crash. Well, this is your introduction, Mr. Rankin. Big crash as Harper gets T-boned and the yellow flag is out. Who was the pink car there? Ben Doughty.
And there's another one, there's been another incident just happened ahead of these guys as they were avoiding it as well. Shot through the front. Yeah, there you can see the extra cars that have gone around. So for them, the hit wasn't so major, but the big hit was for the 313. You can see the left front corner in the center of the splitter on that car is bent. Is that right front tire sitting on that car properly? I don't think it is.
No,
It's not. It's meatballed.
Oh, that's such a shame there for Ben Doughty. He's unfortunately got the front left sitting very low down. And so that's going to be a hefty repair bill in the pits. Fortunately, in the major series, you get 1 spare car per event. So Ben's going to want to use that one as soon as he is able to here in the pits. But I think, Lynn, that incident was textbook, the way things tend to go sometimes at these oval events. Harper was trying to come up the circuit to widen the line for turn 1, but Ryan Steele was still alongside him.
Yep, and yeah, it especially this early on, you really need to be doing a lot more give and take, especially what you see all right there. Still, the field was relatively bunched up, so there was multiple incidents involved. As we see the Doherty car obviously getting the worst end of it. The only one that is officially meatballed, which requires, I think we're getting a replay queued up, but I digress. Going to take a look in the space-time rewind at the hog machine, the 744 right here. Let's see what happens here. I imagine this is going to be a little bit of a tire slippage.
He gets the power down, up the gears, and the number 76 behind him. Bit of a slow start, so maybe a false alarm there, but it was a slow start from Michael Hogg. Fortunately, he's managed to keep it reasonably clean, as he is one of many cars to have come into the pits on this first caution. This is another look at what happened between Sam Harper and Ryan Steele. Scott?
Yeah, and I think so. That's just very tiny amounts of overlap and trending back up the track, because he's obviously trying to open up the corner, but that's the difference between, thinking about lap 10 and lap 400, and you got to come into these events going, well, I'm targeting probably the first 300 laps is about setting up, and the last 100 is about putting yourself in the spot. I don't understand why Ben Doherty went in there so hot.
Me either.
You could see the car sideways across the track and there was no reaction.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was hoping that the inside would still be open, like down low, and he'd be able to sneak through. But regardless, if you see a car spinning in front of you like that, just jump on the brakes, honestly. That's
just lift off. Not even jump on the brakes. Like, one of the best things you can do in most NASCAR, because they are quite grip limited, is just lift off.
Yeah.
Because that frees the car up to take avoiding action. You dive on the brakes, the guy behind just got no opportunity to avoid it. But yeah, just even lifting off would have been, yep.
Yeah, but it's tough as well, I suppose, because from Doughty's perspective, Harper was holding the brakes, which is what you're supposed to do anyway, but he was sliding down the track and he was basically in the middle of it. So, you can lift off, you can even apply the brakes a little if you want, but I think it was a bit unclear from that in-cockpit perspective where he could go. Maybe he could have stayed high. That probably would have been the smart thing to do, but you got to make a split-second decision, and it's 50-50 sometimes.
Yeah,
I would argue in that particular moment, the caution was not officially out. We're using the iRacing stewarding system to throw all the cautions. So while Harper was sideways on the track, he wasn't perpendicular to the track, so the system wouldn't have thrown a caution necessarily. In that situation, maybe if you're just relying overly on that system, then yeah, you might get yourself caught out if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, you've got to get the eyes up, though. That critically comes down to getting your eyes as far as you possibly can down the racetrack as well.
That is the big lesson to learn when you're jumping into high-speed oval stock car racing. You basically got to be driving half a lap ahead of yourself at times. Well, it's still very early days in this race. We're only on lap 8 of 400. Lights are off on the pace car. So we're going to be getting this race going again very shortly, and we're a bit late in the afternoon, maybe early in the evening as well, so the lights are going to be coming on soon. This race will finish in the dark under lights. Reasonably cool track at 26 degrees Celsius as well, as Justin Morton puts the power down and the race gets off to its first restart. It is on for second. Walker holding off Baker, but Ryan Steele still managing to make a good recovery from his incident there with Sam Harper. Daniel Stevens right behind him and looking to grab a couple extra spots himself. Thus far, hardest charger is Jonathan Ben. He did not pit under that caution, and so he's managed to grant himself 11 spots up on where he started.
And again, it's still very early on in this event, so there's not a whole lot of strategies to be considered so far. The current split is only about 4 laps on the tires, Doughty obviously being one of the big losers in that ordeal, but having a fresh set of tires is handy.
So the big thing right now is, and this is a little bit newish to me as well, but the big thing about Gen 4 racing is the most common format you see is the fixed officials racing, and the cars are quite popular there. Normally, very often, at tracks where you're sort of lifting off quite a lot to get the car to settle into the corner, you will actually wear off quite a lot of the right front. Charlotte's one of those tracks, particularly Legacy Charlotte, with a little bit more bumps, we can wear the right rear a fair bit more. Of course, don't forget, open setup racing, I believe this one is as well. So that changes things up a little bit, allows you to sort of change the car up and dynamically sort of set that up so you can actually adjust the way the car's running. When the car launches, you're going to be somewhere initially on the brake bias up around the 68% mark, which is actually quite a long way forward. ARCA cars, you will run quite a lot more, particularly the old ARCA model cars that these chassis are based on. You will run a lot more front brake, and with these chassis you want to take that back because you just want to take as much weight out of the right front tyre as you possibly can. You can tinker with the cross weights as well, so jacking up maybe the right rear corner as opposed to the left rear corner, right front corner. Generally not going to try and raise the right front corner. The only reason you'll be tinkering with that is to make sure that your splitter height's quite right, but that's sort of one of the ways that you'll go around setting the car up. So the biggest thing you'll be trying to do is balance the car long run. On the short run, you're going to wear that right front tyre. Longer run, that right rear tyre is going to get quite hot and start to wear. So you'll be looking for a little bit of a change. Track temp's going to swing around quite a lot. You mentioned we're moving starting in the afternoon. A little bit of sunlight on the racetrack. Track will be a little bit warmer right now. As we transition to night, track's going to cool off a little bit, and also that rubbered-in groove is going to change around. So over 400 laps, we're only 10 in at the moment. That's a few of the changes you're going to expect to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's the battle between the number 8 and the number 17. Ray Partridge chasing down Wayne Hutchison for 6th spot. And yeah, you got to start thinking about the tyres very early on in the stint, don't you? Because we've seen that Ryan Steele passed Ewan Baker for third spot a few laps ago, basically the first lap off the restart, and he was driving very aggressively, and Hutchison, I think, is doing the same thing, but I think he's reached the point now, Lynn, where he's overheated those tyres a bit, and he might have to start backing off. Shane Bowen is waiting in the wings to join this fight.
Perhaps, but these are radial tires instead of the bias ply they were using for the 87s earlier in the season. So you can push these tires quite a bit, and it doesn't take as long to get the tires cooled down as you would maybe a tire that bows up. So yeah, if the tire's fresh, you might as well grab what you can early on. And if you've optimized your set for later in the run, or further into the evening when the track temperature gets closer to ambient than what it is now, you could certainly take a chance to jump on a couple of guys when you're at this point of the race.
Yeah, still very early on, and going back to what you were talking about in terms of the setup, Scott, these cars, the Gen 4 was I think basically the first real era of NASCAR where the aerodynamic performance of the front splitter really came to the fore, trying to create that seal below the car and not allow air to really run underneath, so to speak, and that really affects the aerodynamic performance of these things as well. So that's something the drivers would have had to think about when they were doing their testing and practicing, qualifying, etc., making sure that the attitude of the car is just right in these corners for the best performance, as Ryan Steele has just passed James Walker for second. He is moving on up.
Yeah, and that's tyre wear related. So James Walker's already fallen off over a second in terms of his last lap pace, but that'll be including the overtake there. He's probably lifted. Dirty area is actually, for cars that are quite early on, dirty area is actually a big thing. And if you actually have a look at the frame and the way that it's traveling down the racetrack, this is one of those cars that really started to introduce skew into the thing as well. So if you actually have a look at the car, the right rear corner is sort of tracking just a touch out wider than the front tyres are. So it's offset. It's not quite tracking perfectly in a line. Have a look at that line of the front end of the car. The right rear and the left rear tyres are actually just a fraction sat over to the right-hand side of where the front end of the race car is. What that's doing is putting a lot of air on the right-hand side of the car, so aerodynamically it is working a little bit. And if you have a look at the back end, looking back at the front end of these cars as well, you'll actually notice the aerodynamic layout is different on the left and right front corners of the car. That's because when you're driving and turning to the left-hand corner of your right front's actually hidden from the air because you're actually pushing through the air at an angle. So all of the air is impacting your right front corner. You want a little bit more downforce generated over that section of the car. Cars are designed with that in mind.
Yeah, indeed they are. A very interesting shape of these Generation 4 NASCAR stock cars. Absolutely. It was demonstrated right there. And keeping an eye on the front end of these cars as they make their way through the turns, you see that the left front corner of the car is sort of a bit flatter. It's at less of an extreme angle than the front right. Walker making good use of that aero as he passes Ryan Steele. And as he passes Justin Morton and manages to get to the lead of the race here at the end of the 21st lap of 400. Now, question is, how much of the tyre life, how much of the fuel has been burnt off by Ryan Steele in the sequence of that lap?
Looking at a fuel consumption of anywhere from maybe 0.4 of a gallon to about 0.45, so you're going to get, as we were saying earlier, about 40 to 47 laps on a tank of fuel. But did you notice there, Scott, as the 12 was approaching the 9, he got right up on his rear bumper, got him just a little bit loose, and that was just enough to be able to get the overtake done.
But it's also, definitely dumping a little bit of air there, but again, decision-making at the front end of this field as well. Justin recognised he's been run down by Ryan. He's not going to be sitting in front of this race, but he's already thinking 200 laps in the future. Okay, car's not quite right now, but that car may come to him. Whatever setup he's running, it just may not be in the right space at this end of the race. We get to the latter half of the race, might be running a fair bit. He also might have driven the car a little bit differently at the front end of the run just to try and take off a little bit. Sometimes, particularly early on in a race like this, you actually want a little bit of clear air early on. So you actually drive the car a little bit harder in that first 5 or 10 laps than you normally would, because you're focusing on building that gap. You go, okay, I just want to clear out from the field so I can run my line, run my race, work my way in. Helps to chill nerves. Unlike this little battle pack where nerves are on the rise. Oh,
Very close.
Oh man, yeah, quite the battle. Carl Burke in the turquoise teal car at the front of all of this, and Ben Doughty is right with him here. Doughty, of course, the one who T-boned Sam Harper as the first caution was brought out. These guys managing to finally get themselves into something resembling single file, but it's looking quite interesting here in the battle for 14th place. Doughty has charged up the field. Remember, he pitted under that caution for those repairs, and so I would have put him towards the back. Well, he's taken advantage on the restart of the clear pace that he seems to have, and Doughty, remember, started at the back end of the top 10, so he's got some great pace relative to these guys around him. He is already on the back of Gavin Barber.
Yep, it's just a little bit of an overlap difference, but it could be enough to make up a little bit of ground here on this second run so far. Got to give a little hat tip to Carl Berg. Haven't seen him in the majors in a couple of years. I believe he was one of the OGs in the old Northwest version of this league. So glad to see him back in the running right here. Meanwhile, Doughty gets up underneath Barber for that position right there, and it's going to be an easy pickings right there.
Easy pickings indeed, as the number 1, Robert Northway, sees the door open to the inside. Gav going to stay high, and well, he'll be using a little bit less of his tyres up on the high line, but thanks to the characteristics of the circuit, the low line is where you want to be if you want to be pacey. So Barber going to try and stick a little bit lower this time. Northway, of course, has the number 1 on his car because he was the champion the last time the International region was run. International region took a break last year. And I
just seen him get the barrier on the entry to turn 1 and turn 2, so he was right up and against the fence and roughed it up a little bit. He's on the slide at the moment. I wonder whether or not, just looking at that car, it's driving quite tight at the moment. I just wonder whether or not he got it out of the groove. He drifted up the racetrack a little bit. There's not a lot of rubber laid down on the top side of the racetrack, and then it's a touch tight, and it's just ploughed its way into the fence. So I'm pretty sure it's what happened at this early running. I was also doing some digging on lap times, so give you guys just a little bit of perspective. Fastest lap times of the week in Gen 4. Now, of course, we didn't have a qualifying session attached to this session, but we're looking at practice times, best practice times, 29.614, and this is the replay. So you did have Ewan Baker underneath him. Just see, gets a touch out of the groove. Tracks up. No, so it was a different lap.
I think it happens just here, maybe a lap later. These two were running side by side for a bit, and Walker was actually doing pretty well at that point to sort of stay in the middle, and he gets a better run sort of ramping off turn 4, and he draws back alongside Baker. But here's where the incident actually happens, I believe. He's just a bit high on turn in, the car just doesn't angle in, and there's the rub.
Yeah, that's way higher than anybody has been running, even in the warm-up beforehand. So obviously those tires grabbing onto bare pavement didn't like it one bit, and he runs up, scrapes the wall. I don't think he's done a lot of damage to it, but he's going to have a little bit of optional to repair. He's going to need to be careful. Remember to uncheck his spare car when he comes into the pits, because that will eat it.
You got to think about that for sure. When you get minor damage this early in the race, you need to save your spare car for when you need it. Obviously, Ben Doughty had to use his spare car if he wanted to stay in the race. Otherwise, he would have gone multiple laps down early on, and that would have been difficult to recover. But yeah, if it's just a small hit to the wall like that, just take the optionals. Even then, if you feel the car's driving okay afterwards, don't take repairs at all. You've got to play that game. In such long races with one fast repair to your name. The number 12, meanwhile, of Ryan Steele, continuing to lead the way. It's been a good run from him so far, but it seems like his pace has plateaued a bit. Justin Morton, Scott, is keeping him very honest.
He is. And remember, I was just doing some research on lap times as well for the week. So I actually went and did some digging. Fastest times in the practice session that was attached to this race, we were looking at 29.460, 29.388 from Ray Partridge was actually the fastest lap time set in that. Went and did some digging for what was available over on Garage 61. 28.612 from Robert Northway is actually the fastest time I'm seeing on the week. I'm going to go ahead and assume that's probably qualifying trim. Ewan Baker second, 28.682. Nathan Dowd third, 28.690. So right in about the 28.6s is what we're expecting. NASCAR Next Gen's current racing hardware creates its pace in a different way, a little bit less horsepower, as the 673 of Bowen's going to get to the inside of Partridge, so Partridge is actually on the fall at the moment. Fastest lap times around Legacy Charlotte Oval, 29.160, 29.2, 29.3 from Next Gen hardware, so about half, 3/4 of a second faster. Next Gen has a lot less tyre fall off than these cars do as well, and that's down to those radial tyres that we were talking about before.
Yeah, good information there. And I think also you're going to be seeing those lap times fall a bit more when the sun goes down and we start to see the night creep in. The track temperature will likely drop, especially under caution when we don't have cars pounding over the surface at high speed and putting all that energy into the tarmac. And this battle for sixth continuing to enthrall us at the moment. Proper line of cars with James Walker in the 97 at the front of it. Walker, of course, driving for the Fusion team, and coincidentally, he's in one of the only Ford Fusions in the field. And NASCAR being NASCAR, you can only really tell by the headlight stickers on the front lid.
Yep. This car specifically was originally a Junior Motorsport Chevrolet Impala from the old English, very difficult, NASCAR Nationwide series. Back in about 2006, 2007 was when the chassis was originally made. It took a few years, but eventually Chevrolet relented and allowed iRacing to de-stamp the car. You can still run Chevrolet logos if you want, but that has allowed some creative types in the community to put some different decals on it. So obviously, with Walker here, he's decided to run a Ford design. Some of the other Fusion cars have been running Dodges, and I think I've seen one or two Toyotas laying around somewhere, but those may be in other regions. I digress. Meanwhile, did Partridge tag the wall somewhere? Because that's suddenly a very slow lap time.
Yeah, he's
actually just been lifting.
Yeah, it looks like he's maybe been either deciding to save a bit of fuel or decide, okay, this battle's probably a bit too much for my tyres at this point in the race. I can fight later, just yield now and allow the race to come to me later. You can see the wheel work. Very smooth on the steering is Ray Partridge, but you can tell that these cars are running quite loose, as they should at a track like Charlotte. It's the classic 1.5 mile oval. You need a car that turns well and drives well off the exits in order to get the times that you need.
So just watching the way that Ray's actually wheeling that car at the moment, I think he's in a little bit of trouble. Probably worthwhile comparing what he's doing at the moment. I'll just take a listen to his engine work. As soon as you can hear him, as soon as he picks up the throttle and looks to drive the car out, all of a sudden he's opening that steering wheel up, more of a supercar style driving method at the moment. So as he gets into the corner right here, struggle, car doesn't turn, and then all of a sudden you hear him touch the throttle and he's loose again. So as soon as he's touching that throttle, steering wheel's opening back up. Whereas if you have a little bit of a look at the way that Shane Bowen's driving this car, he's not as tight on the way in. So there's a lot more steering in this section of the corner, which means he's got a lot more balanced race car, and he's not opening it up as much on the exit. So he's using a little bit, the big thing from Ray is when Ray turns the car into the corner, has to use more. That means he's sitting on the right front. So entry to mid part of the corner, right front's his limiting factor, middle and exit, right rear's his limiting factor. So he's got a very bad race car at the moment because it's fighting on both ends of the corner. Whereas you look at Shane, and Shane's just able to get to the throttle so much earlier because his car is bitten into the corner. The difficulty here, have a look at the dirty air. You'll see this. James comes up a little bit in front of him. Car gets tight. So he has to try and get the car and hustle it back down the track to get underneath the dirty air. These Gen 4s actually do have quite a significant dirty air profile on them. So it's just not following that car through the corner if you can, or if you realise that you're going to, back the corner off a little bit, save a little bit of tyre, and then come at them with a big swing. And Shane's found the run to the top set. Yeah.
A very good run from Shane Bowen. He is working the top very nicely right now. Probably one of the best set up cars thus far for the very top, and that is a change for 6th place. He makes his way past James Walker. So Bowen making his way up from 10th to 6th. We've had some good runs elsewhere through the field too. Hayden Kirk is up 10 spots up to 8th, and Robert Deloach starting outside the top 25 is up to 16th place. So one of the Fusion Dodgers in the field making life very easy for himself in these early stages. We just tick past lap 40 as well. Then we are a 10th of the way through.
Yeah, normally in a traditional stock car race, a 10th of the way through is like 15-20 minutes. We're already a half hour into this, and we are barely into this event at all. And just take a look right now at the steel machine right here. You also notice that all of the front valences are sealed right to the ground. I can tell you for sure that almost everybody is running a coil bound setup, so it's very, very small springs. And depending on how you want the car to drive later on in the race, the big contributing factor is the cross weight, where either the weight is on the left front or the right rear. As we get a couple of pit stops coming in, is this a scheduled stop for Dean Mall in the 31 at the back? I just noticed that, just tangent.
Yeah, 35 laps complete on that stint for Dean. He pitted twice under the first caution. So it looks like he's decided to run a slightly shorter fuel run on this initial stint here. Obviously would have topped up the car a bit as the first caution was still going. But yeah, a little bit off strategy there is Dean Moll. See how it works out for him in the long term. Meanwhile, move ourselves back up to the fight here in the midst of 10th place, Garen Batten and Ray Partridge fighting over 10th, and looks like Partridge has gotten that done. Daniel Stevens, meanwhile, has decided to do what Dean Mole did and pit here, but this is pretty much right on schedule for the cars that didn't pit under the first caution, Scott.
Yeah, so everyone's starting to come in. Justin Morton's going to be coming in at the end of this next lap. So, yeah, they've been able to extend. We're looking at 46 lap runs for everyone that's stayed out thus far. At the end of this one, will be 47 on the field, but that's a little bit extra. So you're looking probably about 45 laps if you go green the whole way, which means that we're looking at 9 pit stops to get home. So.
Keep that number in mind. Morton comes in, Hutchison, Batten, Jake Fox, Roger Shank, Julian Mookie and Gavin Barber have just completed their stops, making their way to the end of the pit lane at the moment. How far does Ryan Steele and Ewan Baker decide to push it? Shane Bowen deciding to stay out for an extra lap, but now is the time for him to come in as our leaders are in as well. So I'm expecting just about everyone to come in on this lap. No, it looks like Robert Northway is deciding to stay out for a few more laps here. Still got a few more in the tank, and he'll get to lead the race for at least a little bit. No. Northway had already come down the lane once. So James Walker going to continue leading this race for the time being.
Yeah, so Northway elected to come to the lane under that caution. Again, the strategy here is for a few of those guys that were involved in that caution or slid tyres, it was an opportunity to take a little bit of a read on what their tyre wear was like, how their car was feeling, and get some fresh rubber. The other thing is, anytime you get a caution here, I was just taking a quick look at the tyre counts. There is no limitation on tyre counts available to the drivers here tonight. So the benefit is, if I'm the last car in the queue, I'm coming every single caution. The reason for that? There's no reason not to. So that's a big part of that one. The other thing also worth considering as well as we get to the back end of this race, normally what you find for a road course style car is this is, and I'm thinking 300 laps from now, by the way. I'm being very future predictive. These cars, fuel tanks in the rear. Big thing about having a fuel tank in the rear, it lowers, when that tank is full of fuel, it lowers the rear end, lifts the front end up a little bit. You set a lot of your ride heights with full fuel on board. Last pit stop, I actually want to fill the tank in these cars, and the reason is to maintain that front splitter height, have a really nice aero profile on the car that's consistent with the way the car's driven all day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, okay. Things looking interesting there for Northway as he finds his way, or other drivers find their way around him. I think that's the difference between fresh tyres and used tyres. It's Dan Stevens in 8th that found his way past there. Of course, pitting under green flag conditions, Lynn, you will lose a lap. So, yeah, if you're Robert Northway, you're a lap ahead of everyone else, yeah, but your tyres are definitely at the end of their useful life.
Not only are they at the end of the useful life, guess where all these lap cars are going? Right to his inside. And if there's a car physically between you and pit road, you're not going to be able to get down without causing a collision. And the current majors rule set is if you cause the caution, you get the EOL. So finally, Northway, he's going to have to be really defensive here. He's going to call on the pits, try to get down, and we'll see if he gets into the pits this time by.
He's coming this time by. Just on the radio, he's looking to get in the lane this time by. So.
Right, well, there he goes. Slows down into pit lane, and his moment of glory up the front for now is over. Sam Harper going to move on through to take the lead. Remember, Harper was T-boned just 5 laps from the start, and he's found his way back to the front here, has played that second stint very well after that caution. So for the moment, it is the drivers who pitted under the caution leading the way, Sam Harper and Stuart Elder.
And the other thing that
comes in.
Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, so he's going to come to the lane now, and Stuart Elder is probably not too far away from coming to the lane as well. Worthwhile noting, there's a big mix-up in terms of the strategy now. If you have a look at the timing column at the moment, pit stop laps. Ewan Baker was one of the leading drivers to come to the pit lane nice and early, came at the end of lap 49. Ryan Steele followed him in at that point in time of asking. Dan Stevens, Christian McCrelly, they were some of the earlier drivers to come on in. The longer that you leave it, the fresher tyres you'll have, but you'll lose a big chunk of pace early on. But then again, if people are looking and reading everything that's going on around them, the overtake should be relatively clean and easy based upon those tyres. So just reading the phase and what's going on in this race over the next number of laps or so is going to be a big part of it.
Yeah, for sure it is. Oval racing is such a complex beast, and it is just as much a mental game as it is a physical one. Steele trying to chase down Baker here, but at the moment he's got Daniel Stevens and Christian McCrelly for close company. Wayne Hutchison not too far behind either. 5-way battle for second place on the road. Baker, though, looks like has the one of the biggest advantages of all, and we'll see if he'll be able to catch up. Justin Morton took half a tenth out of him on the previous lap, so for the moment Ewan Baker looking quick, but Steele could come back at him.
So the current split in terms of pit strategy is about 10 laps between oldest tires and the freshest of the ones that just came out. Keeping an eye on Harper for the time being with that 8-lap overcut that he's currently sitting on as we are riding on board with Ryan Steele. He is 9 laps into the stint, and I know Scott, you were thinking about trying to get to the pits as early as possible for that last stop. I'm thinking of going the opposite way. I want to try to get the last stint as short as possible. Maybe play a little strategic game and take 2 tires on that last stop.
Yeah, it's multiple.
Not in these cars. Not in these cars. I agree with you. If we get ourselves and the reason is, normally when you jump in a car and you're very close to the end like that, if you get a caution, yes. The big reason not to do so is these cars are very, very difficult to get off the line. That's where your biggest sort of gain is. You get a heap of track position, you're going to struggle so much to keep it. These cars, you cannot afford to take 2 tyres on them. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, it is a dilemma, you know. I'm of the thinking that, you know, you want the car to be driving at its best at the very end of the race. And so I think I would probably go with what you're suggesting, Scott, all 4 tyres and a full tank of fuel just to get the aerodynamic profile of the car settled. And so you'll be able to drive as fast as you possibly can in that final stint. Of course, it's all about putting yourself in the position to do that to start with. That's where the survival game comes in.
Right, so it's thinking long term. You can just see these guys. I'm also keeping an eye on, remember the guys that went very, very deep in terms of that race strategy? One of those, Robert Northway, led the race for a couple of laps right there as we're seeing the chopping and changing positions in and around the top 10. Northway at this point in time, 0.6 of a second faster than our leaders. Oh, that was close to contact between Hayden Kirk and Shane Bowen. He's ripping time out of these guys. So that's Dwayne Burns, sorry, it was a lapped car, so he's on fresher rubber as well, so he was one of the late cycles through the pits. Northway is absolutely rolling at the moment. He's just gotten to 11th spot, 12th spot on the road, so he's going to be very, very quick in this next phase of the race, and he's going to be very quick for a long, long time. The problem being, all those undercut laps, he's about 15 seconds off the lead, has a chance to run them down.
Certainly does. Interesting point about Dwayne Burns. He came back into the pits 5 laps ago. I think I did see Burns actually come into the pits right off the restart, because he pitted under caution like most drivers did towards the back of the field, but then after the green flag flew, he came back in, and I'm not too sure on the reason why. There's potential that he was just trying to set himself up for a longer run here. He's obviously a couple of laps down on our other competitors here, but there is a lot of potential for him. Move back up to the battle for 7th place. Ben Doughty and James Walker there right in front of Mr. Burns, and you really see the difference here. 5-6 lap old tyres for Dwayne Burns. Meanwhile, these two have been out there for 14 and 17 laps respectively, so there's already quite a bit of mileage being put on those tyres, Lynn, and Burns is all over the track trying to find his way past him.
Burns, I believe, caught a penalty on that initial restart, and that necessitated him going down pit road. Couple of other cars that I'm seeing in trouble at the moment. The 08 Jake Fox and the 61 to Garrett Batten. Oh boy, that was really close. Got underneath the 97 for the position, but back to my original point, a lot of cars are starting to suffer issues. I think Batten smacked the wall about 5-10 laps ago, and he's been falling like a rock, running 31.9s in comparison to 31.4s around him. Obviously, damage is a thing to avoid at any point of the race, but especially right early in the run, you're just losing gobs of time.
Oh, smoke up high. Someone's gotten into the wall. It looks like it might have been one of the MFR cars there. Yeah, that's Craig Tilson, who may or may not have found the wall. Forces Jonathan Ben and James Walker to go a little bit low there. So
I think he got up in the marbles, because like earlier with that one car up at the fence, there's not a lot of grip up there, so he obviously got something dirty on his tires, and it slid up. Kept it going, didn't bring out a caution, but obviously being a lap down, he's going to be struggling to get to lap 200 to get full points paid out.
And drivers need to complete 50% of the race winner's distance in order to grab points in the majors. Well, there it is. Absolutely grinding that safer barrier. And he had a car that was inside. It's a very similar situation to what we saw with James Walker earlier, just turning in a bit too late for the first turn there, and the safer barrier was there to meet him.
Yeah, and therein lies the difficulty. Timing, of course. To anyone sit along, watching along at home, has actually never driven NASCAR racing. This is a very, very unique car. You turn this car with as much your hands as you do your right foot. But the problem is when you're up and you're out of the grip and you're out of the groove like that, well, you're scared to touch the throttle, because normally it unloads the front end of the car, and all of a sudden that sends you plowing over the wall either way. But it's one of those things that you definitely got to put a touch of your foot on the throttle. It just pushes the rear end of the car into the road a little bit, and that allows the car to actually rotate itself a little bit better. So sometimes 5 or 10% throttle, the car will actually rotate better than with no throttle in. So it's risky though when you are that high.
Yeah, it's a similar situation that I've often found as Adam Johnson finds his way past Roger Shank there for 18th spot. It's a similar situation to what I found both in supercars and in TCR as well, actually. Sometimes a little bit of throttle is exactly what you need to actually get the car turned if you have understeer.
Yeah, it's just setting that profile of the car a little bit better. Sometimes too much weight overloading those tyres is a good thing. It isn't a good thing. So, hey, it's devolved into a long run. It's always what you want from your NASCAR races, right? So everyone's starting to settle in. Everyone's starting to think. The big critical factor. Let's start to talk a little bit more about strategy. We're talking. This is the big. I think this is probably the most important run of the race because this is for everyone going to set what our fuel numbers that we're talking about. We're thinking about. We think somewhere around that 45 lap margin. Well, let's start to talk about the drivers he came and touched earlier. 47.
Oh, somebody's sideways.
Oh dear. Ooh. Okay, mild interruption there. The 701 of Christian McCrelly, running very well in the top 10, suddenly finds himself at the back of it after a bit of an adventure doing some lawn mowing in the quad oval.
He was side by side with the 97 here, and I think what we're going to find is he's going to get a bit of snap oversteer on the top of the corner, and he goes and has a little bit of fun in the real grass. This is a feature of the old Charlotte. A couple of years back they replaced it with AstroTurf, and it's not nearly as exciting in modern era. So, but there you have it. A little bit of grass trimming. He falls a couple of positions back, but more importantly, the car is still intact.
Okay, Scott, continue.
Yeah, every time you start to talk about strategy and you start to talk about how the cars want to work, everyone's like, no, there'll be none of that. We actually want to focus on us, thank you, as drivers. Big critical factor. If you come in at lap 47, let's talk about the laps that are available to you from there to the end of the race. You're looking at 353 laps. That gets you to the back end of the race. How are you going to break that up? Well, 50 laps. That breaks things up nice and evenly. Then you've got to find 3 laps on fuel, but we're not getting there. We're 5 laps shy on each and every stint. We were just saying 9 pit stops to get you home here tonight. Well, 9 by 5, that's actually another stint of 45. You may need a 10th pit stop. Those guys that didn't elect to run out to about lap 49, lap 50, they're in a little bit of trouble.
Dog playing with a squeaky toy in the background there.
Yeah, she's very happy. She's getting involved in the broadcast as well. Oh, caution.
Oh, caution. Oh, dearie me. The Kellogg's Cornflakes car, one of the MFR cars, finding his way through, threading the needle, not quite. Adam Tozer. Oh, dear. I was looking at this car in practice, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that they had that green rooster on the Kellogg's Cornflakes packaging. Evidently, unfortunately, the cornflakes not providing the energy he needed to avoid an incident. So it was a spin. Oh, contact between Tilson and Hogg, and then I think an innocent victim there.
Yeah, that's another classic.
I was going to say, is that the Kellogg's Cornflakes car, or did he accidentally pick up the box of flaked corn today?
Yeah, accidentally going for the name brand. Oh, Tilson avoiding the worst of it, but that's a real shame there for the Cornflakes machine. Finding the wall, and the caution is back out. Now, this is going to play, I think, into your discussion about strategy here, Scott. Dean Moll was the Kingsman car, actually, who was... Oh, okay, so he got hit himself. I think that was a lucky escape there for Dean. Got contact from the 115. That's one of the Fusion Dodgers. Oh. That certainly could have been worse for Dean Moll. Stuart Elder, the one who tipped him around there. But I was about to say, Scott, this brings in another interesting strategy discussion, because these drivers are basically forced to pit now under this caution. They're anywhere from 27 to 30 laps into their stint for the most part, and at that point you might as well fill the tank up and bolt some fresh tyres on.
100%. Absolutely on a nice pit window. The biggest issue for these cars, any 5 or 10 lap run, tyres have worn enough that you're definitely going to be looking to come for tyres. If you don't, you stay out there, look for a little bit of track position. The only reason you're going to be doing that is towards the back end of the race. You're a little bit desperate. You're in a little bit of a situation. Whole field, I would expect, particularly this early phase of the race, to come down. This also eliminates any of those strategy offsets that we were just thinking about. Right in the middle of the run for these guys, looking at Robert Northway, he was one of the last drivers to pit. He was at the end of a 23-lap run. Guys at the front end of the stop, from the earliest pitters, they were at 30 laps. There was that 7 to 10 lap difference in terms of the tyres, so, but everyone was far enough into that run there that you absolutely had to come to the lane.
Now this is basically a reset.
Sorry for jumping over you, Reese. The only reason that you would stay out in this particular scenario is if you were down a lap, such as the Barber machine, the Clint Day machine, Stuart Elder. If you stayed out, you can get a wave around. Unfortunately, then you would be banking on another caution to try to get back on the same tire sequence, but it is an option in these double file restart races.
Well, end of line penalty for Craig Tilsom. This is a very short caution. Race control deciding they want to get the race going again ASAP. Justin Morton back to the lead of the race. Our pole setup back on the front row here. Ryan Steele, though, making some good runs in the first part of this race. Still got Ewan Baker for very close company. At the end of this caution, the only cars to still occupy the same positions they started in are Morton, Baker, and Christian McCrelly back in 11th. Pace car in, green flag in the air. And the power is down for the number 9 of Justin Morton. Back to racing to begin lap 79 of this race. Ryan Steele will cover off Ewan Baker, but Baker's got a lot of... Oh, there's some understeer there for Wayne Hutchison there. He's had to let Ben Doty go. And the pink car will be finding his way forward very rapidly. Look at the speed that the 313 is carrying, Scott.
Yeah, switched on that car a little bit. He was starting to find some speed, making his way back through the field. Remember, he's had to come from the rear of the field after taking a backup car nice and early on as well. James Walker, I think, is going to be a little bit more circumspect on this run. He found in those first couple of runs, he wore the tyres up quite a little bit, was able to run really strong pace, but then fell off as the run went on. This is the big thing as his night sort of progressing. He's okay, the pace was a little bit too high early. We know that we've got good short run pace. Now we're just going to make sure that we're quick over the entirety of the run. That's what he'll be thinking about. Doty's going to get that car down and try and nick away first spot. Couldn't get the drive off the point. It's all clogged up a bit inside the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, they're struggling to really find their place and get back into their rhythm. You know, we've got cars that are way out of position from where they started, particularly Hayden Kirk in the number 371 car here. He's up 11 spots still. And he's got a front row seat to the side-by-side between Ben Doty and James Walker. And now right up on the rear quarter of the Fusion 97. And I want to apologise for a little gap I made earlier. In fact, Walker is not driving a Fusion. He's driving a Ford Taurus, which makes sense. Very aggressive entry for Hayden Kirk, but he lifts out just in time to avoid running into the back of Walker. Now it's all about the run out of turn 3. Straighten up the car as early as you can. Get the run out of the corner. But it's such a high-banked circuit, Charlotte, and there's so much energy being put through these tyres, Lynn. These guys are going to start struggling for pace very shortly.
You mentioned that this 97 car is a Taurus. I just realized this is a Kurt Busch throwback that he's running. And you mentioned the energy that these cars put into the track. Before the caution, the track temperature was at 84 degrees Fahrenheit. Immediately when the field slowed down to take the caution, it collapsed to 80 degrees, and they've only been able to put another degree back into it as we ride on board with the pink machine of Mendotti just charging through the field right now. He's currently, his 5-lap average at the moment is a 30.047. That's a little quicker than everybody else but the top 2. So he's going to be making his way up for a little bit. As there's a little bit of chatter in the server about race control.
Yeah, so Michael Hogg apparently was assigned an end-of-line penalty, but then he had his black flags cleared. But Hogg's still questioning why he got a black flag, potentially. There was some
car in the wall.
miscommunication there. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, it's the cornflakes machine of Adam Tozer. Once again, finding some drama, but stays high, stays clear. Everyone's safe for now, but he's having some trouble getting that thing out of the wall. Oh, that was so close. He had to try and get it down to pit lane. Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to get him into the fence. Sorry, Scott. But then once you're up there, you have to basically sit there and hang on to it until you get a hold, and you just barely made it down in time.
Yeah, so it's just patience. I think one of the big things is was just having a quick look through. Stuart Elder was actually the driver they were trying to penalise for that most recent incident, so he's made his way through. We'll take a look at the number one car. One of the big things I noticed about the Kiwi Sim Racing cars crossed with Speed Nation. Have a look at those stripes that go back off the front fenders. It really looks like these cars have got eyelashes. So is that a Cars throwback anyway? And in actual fact, I think Robert is actually on the clutch into the corners. He's backing these corners up quite a long way. I think he's thinking fuel strategy. I'm gonna get the calculator out here, boys, and I'm gonna come back with some expected fuel strategies and some critical lap numbers for you. So give me a few minutes, and we'll have some data.
All right. Well, interesting point about Northway potentially clutching into the corners, running on board with him and trying to listen in here to see exactly what he's doing. Wait for the revs to drop potentially. No, just lifting. But, you know, I wouldn't put it past Northway to try something like that. In seasons past, he has been very strong on the oval side of things. And, you know, a skilled driver overall, but when it comes to ovals, Northway just seems to find something else, and I think that's a big reason why he's carrying that number one on his car. So let's keep an eye on Robert Northway over the course of the race, see if he has any aces up his sleeve. He is holding on to his KSR compatriot Ben Doughty there in the sort of pinkish liveried car. Both of them making their way up through the field and further into the top 10. Morton still leading by 0.6 of a second. It's another 0.6 or so back to Ewan Baker in third, and then Daniel Stevens alone in fourth at the moment, but getting chased down by Doughty and Northway. I tell you what, Lynn, the rhythm, it seems, has been reached again, and they are marching in lockstep for now. But I think it's only inevitable. We'll have to wait until either the next caution or the next pit cycle for things to start getting shuffled around a bit.
What this offers is an opportunity to, on the previous caution, you know what your car was doing. You have a chance to make a chassis adjustment, either on the left rear or the right rear perch offset, commonly known as wedge. And you can kind of change the car balance that way, especially if you started out with a car suited for the daytime. You're just going to start to tweak on it, try to get it better for the night. You'll hear the term comers and goers a lot in this event. As we've already seen, Doughty having to come from the back to the front. He's what we would call a comer, and then some other cars perhaps maybe in the going stages. Batten still suffering from mechanical issues he suffered earlier off screen. Something also to keep in mind, I was looking at the revs when we were on board with the Northway machine, as we take a look at the Batten machine. But back to Northway, I noticed those revs were really, really low compared to what I was practicing for the Americas division of the majors. I wonder if the Kiwi Sim guys potentially may be running a smaller rear gear. This is back in the era before spec parts, spec selections of anything as we look on board with the Walker machine. See, he's getting up there to about 9,000 RPM before entering the corners. I think that's about where the 370 rear gear was chipping on the backstretch. Some other guys may choose to run something smaller, like a 389, if I recall correctly. Try to get a little more power off the corners, get a little more handling, but that expense is the engine runs hotter, you'll consume a little more fuel. So take another look. See, yeah, barely 8,500. Yeah, so I think the Northway machine is running a different rear gear than everybody else.
Yeah, a few hundred less revs.
That's a really, really important point. Critical is fuel. So I've done some numbers, and I'll talk about those here in a moment. The other thing to consider with that adjustment is lower revs, more torque out of the right rear tyre as well, more drive off the right rear corner as well. So you can actually transition, maybe if their chassis a fraction loose, you could take a loose car and transition it to a slightly tighter car with a longer gear ratio as well.
And, you know, it's only a small difference of a few hundred RPM, but extend that twice per lap for 400 laps. That's 800 times, you know, something like 400 RPM worth of fuel that you save. Yeah, that can be massive for Robert Northway and the rest of the KSR team. It will be very interesting to see how they play this. Northway is going to play a change for position, get up into P5 as Doughty runs wide, and the number 35 in the midst of all of this as well. Looks like Robbie Bradbury in the Fusion Dodge. He's a lapped car. Ended up getting involved in all of that. Of course, blue flags, non-existent in oval racing. If you're a lapped car, you have a right to your piece of the racetrack. Of course, obviously not crash the leaders or anything like that, but you have just as much of a right to be there as anyone else, and the other drivers just have to deal with it. They have to work their way around you. Sometimes it doesn't work in your favour.
Yeah,
the big thing.
I think Robbie might have been attempting to take. I think he's just critically on a wave-by strategy. Yes, so he's 30 laps into his run, whereas everyone else is 15 to 20 laps into his run. So he took a wave-by, got one lap back. He's already lost that lap again. So, but the benefit for him, he'll be on fresher tyres here in about 10 laps or so. He'll be due to stop.
Well, the thing that really caused that stack up there, his 5-lap average at the moment is at 32.6. There's nobody else in that zip code right now. Everybody else is way quicker than him. So obviously he's just trying to hang on and see if he can get this fixed up, try to, you know, make something of the evening. He's 4 laps back. It's gonna be tough to get back from the spot. He's hoping for a caution, and he's hoping to not be the caution as we take a look at the battle for the lead again. Morton versus Steele.
Ryan Steele, once again, once the stint reaches its sort of mid-phase, Ryan Steele comes on strong. Morton obviously nailing the start and driving aggressively at the start, which maybe is using his tyres up a bit more. Ryan Steele hanging back a bit at the start and just gradually building that temperature and that grip, goes to the lead of the race and keeps it on the exit of turn 2.
Yeah, it's a good little pass there and a change up. Right, critical lap numbers. Let's talk a little bit about the fuel and the ways that we're heading here. 45 lap run, critical lap number 85 is what you're looking at. Although, if you can run a 46 lap stint, your critical lap number is actually lap 78. Why is that important? Guess what lap our caution fell on, boys? Lap 77 with whatever on pit stop. So that, I think, is if anyone can, with the higher drop gear ratio and that less RPM usage, if they can extend out to 46 laps, they can actually make it from here. Critically, that's what they'll be looking to do, is just extend just a touch and put themselves in some better positions. Are we going to go green flag to the end of the race? Strong likelihood of no, and I'm talking we're a 90 to 95% no, that's not going to happen. Small window that it can happen though. If they do, those guys are on a better strategy. But the critical thing is that they'll be setting themselves up. I also just happened to go and do a 44 and a 43 lap run as well. So just to sort of see if you want to undercut by 2 laps on each and every stop. Critical lap for that's 99. So next time by, if you start pitting, sorry, my apologies, I'm looking at one of the cars a couple laps down. So we're already a couple laps beyond that. So anyone pitting from here can jump onto those fresher tyres, can look to try and drive their way back through and start the undercut process. And that will actually buy them track position. There'll be a significant way up. We're talking at the moment on a 45 lap run though, that'll be 14 laps behind. The longer they go into this run, of course, that'll be 14 laps earlier to the lane at this end of the run at the moment. That's down to about 10 laps. So cars on a 45 lap run, their next critical lap number is 130. So anytime from 130 they can get to home, they can connect the dots nicely from there.
Well, 30-second laps and about 26 laps to go. And we're looking anywhere from 13 to 15 minutes before we start to see those stops come to fruition. This battle for 7th still going on in the midst of all of this. Christian McCrelly has found his way back into the top 10. And he's had a rough one. Not to say nothing of his trip through the grass some time ago. But he's gotten that pace back up. Running 31.496 on that last lap. Shane Bowen, though, the fastest car on track that past lap, just behind him. Wayne Hutchison at the back of this train, trying to find a way past Hayden Kirk, or maybe even just stick in the slipstream here, take the opportunity to save a bit of fuel. I mean, Lynn, speaking from a guy who's obviously more familiar with oval racing than me, and Scott, you can chime in too if you like on this, but what basically defines your approach to a race here? When do you shift the focus from saving fuel and tires to being aggressive?
But even though we're just barely a quarter of the way through this race, you try to save as much as you can, as long as you can, and that means trying to run times comparatively with everybody else, as the Partridge car is suffering an issue again. I'm noticing he's falling back, but at the same time, you don't want to be lackadaisical about running around the track. You don't want to be chilling, half a second slower than everybody else, because that will never work out. Conversely, you also don't want to push the car too hard right there, because obviously if you push here too hard and you get yourself in a bit of trouble, like we've seen a couple of cars get damaged, you start falling to the back. That's just time that you're giving up later on that you don't need to.
Yeah. Well, went back to check what happened to Ray Partridge, and it looks like he just got loose in the middle of turns 1 and 2. He managed to recover it nicely. That was back on lap 106 for him. But unfortunately, losing out a place due to that, and now finds himself staring at the rear end of Jake Fox. Checking back up to the 371 of Hayden Kirk, the 17 of Wayne Hutchison right behind him. The KSR Speed Nation cars starting to get a little bit leery there, as Dan Stevens and James Walker fight over P5. Robert Northway not too far ahead of these guys. One of those occasions, Mr. Rankin, when we start to get a 3, maybe 4 car battle in the midst of all of this. If Dwayne Burns has anything to say about it, remember, Dwayne is still a lap car, but the caution is out again.
That's leaders that are involved in that one.
It is. Ryan Steele and Justin Morton have evidently come together somehow, and it looks like Morton was trying to go for the move on Ryan Steele, and he was so deep into the corner. Steele just getting into the rear end there as he turned down.
It's weird.
Interesting. Yeah, very weird incident. Let's hope that we get that replay soon, because we need to show you what happened here.
As we get the replay right here, this is the pass. So Morton is able to get the pass made, so he dives it down into the corner, but then he has to check up quite a bit. He's trying to keep off the 12, but the 12 is already committed to his line. If he tries to jerk it, he's going to get sideways, and then he puts all of that pressure on that right rear, and around she goes.
I think maybe that was Ryan Steele potentially not anticipating that Justin Morton would check up like he did. Here's the view from James Walker. Oh, so close. I think that might have been Stevens that only just avoided getting into that crash himself.
That's just super. There's no reason for that to be happening this early on, but you're 100% right. I think what's going on is that you're 100% right in that Steele he recognised that the move was on and he was not going to fight it. Again, these guys at the front were, they're actually trying to mind their please and thank yous, and effectively what's happened is that the 9 car was trying to give room, the 12 car was trying to give room, they're both trying to give room, they've given each other too much room, and that's how we've ended up where we've ended up.
Ryan Steele given an end-of-line penalty for that one. He's the car that caused the caution. And, well, second big incident that Steele has been involved with somehow in this race. First, of course, being with the car of Sam Harper. But yeah, this is going to be another opportunity for us to see Ryan Steele potentially carve his way up through the field, but this time from a much lower position. All of that being said, that translates Ewan Baker to the lead of the race here in the number 34. Ewan Baker, we've commentated a lot of races he's been in, Scott. We know for sure that he can get the elbows out when he needs to, but he's going to be up against his teammate Robert Northway here, both very capable drivers here at KSR Speed Nation. I'm wondering what their plan is here with the foreigners, so to speak, of Daniel Stevens and James Walker. In fact, while we're here, let's have a quick look at the standings. We didn't have time to go through them at the start of the broadcast, but Ewan Baker leading the championship coming into this race. James Walker running fourth in this race, second in the championship, and Ben Doughty is right up there too. Garen Batten in fourth place. Well, those are your drivers' standings. We'll very briefly check the other standings. Yep, we'll check them right now. The Legends standings: Robert Deloach and Ray Partridge, as the green flag has been delayed. Ray Partridge and Dan Stevens equal on points for second. So Dan Stevens could get an excellent run on Ray Partridge in the legend standings coming out of this race if he manages to get the result like this. Things running quite well for the time being. And we might have time to go through the team's standings as well if they are available. But unfortunately, we don't have the team standings available right now. So we're going to leave it at that. Basically, championship leading car is now leading the race thanks to our leaders coming together, Scott.
Yeah, so right place, right time. So, you know, that's what this next phase of the race will be about for him. But also change things a little bit for Ryan Steele. Ryan Steele's, his next stint of this race is going to be get track position back. It's going to be, he will be aggressive, but he'll also be circumspect. He's got a great race car on the long run as well. So he's not going to go out there and try and pass the field in the next 10 laps. If he does that, all of a sudden he'll start to sink again. But he's just got to start picking them off one by one by one by one. Just noting there is a couple cars at the tail end of the field who elected to take the wave bite. Remember what happened to Robbie Bradbury? It didn't work out for him last time. So just keep that in the back of your mind as well.
A bit of context as well, Lynn, for the difficulties that Michael Hogg faced. Apparently, the end of line penalty he was erroneously assigned was taken off as he entered the pit and black flagged him. So that is how things stand for Michael Hogg. How things stand for Ewan Baker is front of the field, and it's a KSR Speed Nation 1-2 as we get the race started again to start lap 114. Dan Stevens down low is going to try and get Robert Northway for second, but there's a bit of understeer for the number 3. He's unable to keep the front end going. Northway absolutely smashing the throttle off the exit of turn 2, and he's going to go for the lead versus his teammate Robert Northway in car 1 is now position 1.
Fresh tires and low air pressure usually means that your car might be just a little bit too low at the front end. Saw the 3 car kind of jump up the track a little bit. Conversely, Northway able to fire off very quickly on this restart. And circling back real quick to your previous point, Reese, about the penalties. iRacing, if an admin assigns an EOL, there are no take-backsies with that. So if you try to change the scoring around in the middle of it, it gets upset.
Right, so that's worth thinking about as Northway is driving very aggressively up the front here. Is he trying to get a gap that he can then manage over everyone else? Scott, I feel like that's what we're seeing here. Look at that, fastest lap, 29.3.
Yeah, for me, he's going out too hard. He's going to be okay for the next 5 or 10 laps, and then it's going to become a problem. So for me, he's firing off a little bit too hard. So I'll just be managing this. This is not... Again, when I'm in these sorts of situations, I'm not trying to fire off into the sunset. I'm normally targeting to sit about 3 to 5 tenths ahead of the car behind me. And the reason for that is I want to do a couple of things. Number 1, manage my tyres. Number 2, dirty air. I want to be feeding dirty air to the cars behind me. You'll be saying, Scott, that's That's really weird. Why would you want to be doing that? That's really aggressive. Adam Johnson's got a problem.
Yeah, running down to the apron, evidently some kind of drama there, but Johnson will find his way back onto the racetrack safely. I think that's your opportunity to continue.
Yeah, so the reason for that is dirty. I want to be feeding the guys dirty air. If you're out there, do you know what you need to win a race by? Absolutely nothing. Did he stay out of the pit lane? I think he might have.
Yeah.
Barely.
He did?
Wow. Goodness me, that's lucky there for Adam Johnson. Whoa. Wow. Well recovered too. See, that's exactly how you should negotiate an incident like that if it happens to you. I mean, there was probably an element of chance and luck in there, but Johnson did very well to avoid spearing back onto the racetrack and causing further problems there.
Hazard County was technically in the state of Tennessee, but Adam Johnson could easily fit in with the Duke boys on that little moment. That real grass definitely providing a bit of havoc for him. As we take a look at the Chalker car, he received a penalty on the initial start, and again, I think this circles back to the EOL issues. If you try to take it back, the scoring gets very confused. As we take another look right here.
Served his penalty, but he might have had a moment on pit exit. Well, we're going to wait and see. I mean, it looks all smooth and fine to me, and it looks like he was a bit too slow on pit exit, and so that triggered the incident alarm, a false alarm, as it were. Well, we can get back into the rhythm of the race here. Those two cars having issues here on this initial run, and recovering well, it seems. Adam Johnson managing to get back on the pace very quickly. Speaking of pace, it's starting to really drop off now for the drivers up the front. Robert Northway, 29.8, 0.5 of a second slower than his initial laps off the restart. Yeah, I get the feeling he was trying to get that slingshot, potentially get some laps in the lead and maybe manage the gap once he got things out there, but as you said, Scott, maybe not the best decision.
Oh, if that was the case, he'd already be starting to fade back. So whatever's happened to his race car, it is tracking a fair bit better. So he's not starting to fall off yet. Last time by 29.961. So he's the only other car that's still running in the 29s is actually James Walker. At this point of the run. So he's actually doing quite well. Not too worried about the pace right now. We need to keep thinking about 10 to 20 laps into the future. Remember, runs are going to last, if we get a green flag run, up to 45 laps is about what we're looking for. So he's going to make sure that he's thinking about lap 45 of the run. If he's on the okay to lap 25 of the run, well, he's going to have the 20 to do when the tyres are going to be in a bad state. And I think the pace is just starting to go out of the Northway car now.
Yeah, coming across the line again, he's into the 32nd bracket and a 30.2, whereas everyone behind him doing around about 30.1s or so. We're looking at Baker's lap times. Meanwhile, a bit further back, Ray Partridge in the number 8, now down 7 spots. He was the car that we saw have a little bit of a whoopsie moment, bit of a slide in the middle of the corner, and he's one of those cars that I've seen get a little bit too close to, for comfort to the wall. But he was the fastest car on track last time by, 30.136, so he's evidently managing the pace well right now. Bowen versus Kirk, meanwhile. That's Shane Bowen getting the run around the outside. Seems like the Cobalt cars, Lynn, are actually quite well set up for that high line there.
It's definitely a strategy choice that you can make in testing if you want to build a car that runs well on the high side. Conversely, that is going to hurt your fuel mileage because you have more track surface to run. At the same time, that also gives you, if everybody else is kind of hugging around the bottom, if you go where they're not, you can get a little bit of clean air, get a little bit of grip. As the gap slowly decreases at the front, it was hanging around the 1.3 second bracket between Northway and Baker, but that's closed down to about 1.1 on this most recent lap. And as Baker is able to close the gap, and he's going to eventually get his toe, and that's going to allow him to close the gap even further.
Yeah, last few laps running, it's been, half a tenth, 2/3 of a tenth, 3/4 of a tenth or so every single lap for the last few laps. And so Baker is steadily chipping away at that gap on his teammate. And this is where it starts to... Oh, hello. That's the 555 of Gavin Cox there for Middle Finger Racing, taking a pit stop down 27th place. He made it 50 laps on that stint, Scott. That's mighty impressive, I have to say.
Yeah, so assisted by a few cautions there, taking wave bys to try and get himself back into the race. Critically, 46 lap stint to get home. Lap 124 was what you needed to get to. So he is effectively on the cusp of getting that car home. So that's actually worked out really, really well for him, just the timing of those ones. That's a critical lap number for him. He's still got some work to do to make sure the field makes it to that distance. This is the progress of Ryan Steele. Remember, he's on the drive back through the field from the rear end of the field at this point in time. Again, he's not forcing the issue. He's just being calm. He's just being circumspect. He's had to pass all the lapped cars. You'd be saying, well, Scott, normally you'd start at the back end of the lead lap cars. No EOL penalty goes behind all the lapped cars, so he actually had to come from the rear of the field.
Yeah, it's a tough position for Steele to work his way back from, but he's been making steady work of it. 21st place thus far. And if you're interested in what's happened to Justin Morton, the other car involved in that big incident for the lead that brought out the last caution, well, Morton has managed to get back into the top 10 and is currently chasing down Hayden Kirk for sixth place. Shane Bowen, sorry, for sixth place. Just made his way past Hayden Kirk there. And looking at lap times there, seems like Morton might actually be the fastest car in the top 10 right now. So Morton, Lynn, has actually made a nice recovery from that.
Very nice recovery thus far. On the 5 lap average, his only big challenger at the moment is going to be the Bowen car in front of him, about a couple of tenths quicker. Morton is currently at a 30.721. It drops it to a 30.8 compared to a 30.798 on the 5 lap average for Bowen in front. And as we were mentioning, the main difference between Morton being able to recover as far as he has compared to the Steele machine is, as you said, Scott, Steele had to restart behind everybody on the field, whether they were lead lap or a lap down, and that puts you behind the battle for the lucky dog position, which is currently a contest between Gavin Barber and Clint Day, along with Tillison being involved in that. They are hanging around right now about somewhere they're just coming around the front stretch now. So obviously those guys are contesting for that position, and they don't have to give any quarter to any but to others around the track.
Just keep an eye on Ryan Steele's lap times. The last couple of laps, he's actually been 3 to 4 tenths of a second faster. Has the fastest last 5 lap average at the moment going around as well. So he will continue to make progress on this step.
Yeah, that last lap from him at 30.6. That's fantastic considering the laps that have been put on those tyres. Gavin Cox running a little bit faster on the fresh tyres, 30.39. It seems like lap times have really stabilised here in this is the sort of no man's land phase, I think, of the track evolution, because the sun is now down. There's no sunlight hitting the racetrack and heating it up, but we've still got the cars putting a lot of energy into the asphalt and keeping that track temp up. The track, in fact, has gone up in temperature since we checked in on it last. It's at 28 degrees Celsius, which still isn't that bad, honestly. It's actually almost perfect track temperatures, but any extra degrees can certainly play havoc with your tyres. Riding on board here with Wayne Hutchison as he finds his way to the rear of Hayden Kirk. The top 8 still very much together, and the battle for the lead is going to start again because it's almost within half a second between Robert Northway and Ewan Baker. Dan Stevens watching on in the number 3 as the Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation cars move ever closer together. Into turn 3, you see that Stevens is potentially turning down a tiny bit earlier. Might be a quirk of perspective in the shape of the cars there, but regardless, you can tell that he's just waiting in the wings for something to happen.
Lynn, you've done laps in this car. I'm just wondering, is that him poking his nose beneath to look for a little bit of cleaner air? So if you watch, the way that he's turning the car is that he's doing all of his turning in the clean air, and through the middle of the corner, he's trying to just keep the car really slow. So initially, his entry phase is actually quite quick, where he's down underneath here, slows it right up, watch them shoot away in the middle of the corner here, then he turns the car lower than them off the exit here. It's just from the feeling in the car, Lynn, would that match?
Yeah. Ideally, what I've experienced, at least with this car at this particular combination, you want to try to get that left front at least on the white line, at least on the even numbered corners, because that seems to be where the most grip is. And at least for me, that's where the times can be made up. The 701 is having issues at some point, but as we get a battle for the lead, the 34 underneath the one right here, able to take that lead. And is that a little bit of right front damage I see on the one? Is that fresh?
Yeah. No, it's not. Northway's been running with that for a few laps now. I think he was in his aggressive driving off the restart, might have clipped the wall a couple of times, and he's actually going to lose second spot here to Stevens now if he can't hold on. Unsure of the performance of the KSR number one on the high line, but evidently Northway rushing to get down low again. He wants to try and get Stevens back here, but maybe a bit too much sliding in the rear. He's going to have to manage that now for the next couple of laps, and that puts him under a lot of pressure from James Walker and Ben Doherty, Scott.
Yeah, a big thing. What were we talking about 10 or 15 laps ago? What lap number are we on this run? 28 at the moment. When did Northway's car start to fall off? Lap 20 to lap 25. That's where Ewan Baker started to make all his ground back up. That's where he got to the back of him. So big picture racing. Thinking about the middle to back half of the stint. You can go out hard very, very early, but you have got to pay the tyre bill. And at this point in time, I think Robert Northway is, I think he's in a bit of tie debt.
Yeah, they'll have to make sure he has a good credit rating when the next caution comes out, if it even comes out before it's time for the next green flag pit stop. We're not too far away from that being a clear possibility. Well, Northway's managed to get back in line here, but I can tell just from watching his car's attitude from the external view on my end in sim, he's hanging the tail out a bit, running down low, and yeah, that might be helping him get the car turned in, but I just feel like on exit, everyone else is a little more stable than Northway is right now. I think he might be in trouble of falling further before he has to pit again, Lynn.
Yeah, and that could be a difference of how you have the chassis set up. He might need to use a little more wheel to get the car turned right here. If he's got a high cross weight, it's not going to want to. He's going to have to slow down to be able to hang on to this. Ooh, he's getting it awfully close to the wall every time on the outside. As we look at the Mookie machine, looks like we have a race control message coming in.
It was an incident by Hayden Kirk. It was Hayden Kirk that actually called something through the race control, and that was just a reply to say it was a racing deal. There was no further action on that one. Yeah.
Right, so Hayden Kirk and Sam Harper traded spots a couple of laps ago, so maybe it had something to do with that. Well, we'll see here for Hayden Kirk. Actually, it was the 555 of Gavin Cox. Ooh, fresh out of the pits on fresh tyres and a lap down. Doing a bit of a bump and run there.
Yeah, you don't want to see that on a big speedway like this. One of the first of the 1.5 mile tracks to be put into existence, and obviously that was a case of comers and goers. Cox obviously tried to work his way back up from being laps down, just basically ran out of real estate right there. At least he got him straightened back out before continuing on his merry way.
Yeah, not without potentially involving that 701 machine as well. Check back with the 39 of Mookie. Well, Christian McCrelly, who's trying to chase him down for position, I believe has a lap car in between himself and his target. Mookie is one of the cars up the most positions so far in the race. In fact, right now, Mookie is the hardest charger. In fact, I apologize. Christian McCrelly is right behind him there. That is not a lap car. That is, in fact, McCrelly. Partridge. We've seen him have some trouble with stability mid-corner before. It looks like it's happened again, Scott.
Yeah, so that car and its handling. Oh, there you go.
Caution could come out. No, we stay green.
Nope, nobody got sideways, although this auto machine could potentially draw the caution if he gets too slow, but he's trying to lip his way back, and that's going to stay green right there. The 8 car did not get sideways enough to get going, and that is a rare sight in oval racing. Normally you get a crash, you get a caution. The partridge machine has obviously got a meatball to deal with, and they're trying to still figure out what to do with this situation.
Yeah, oh man, that's not ideal for Ray Partridge. The whole issue there for him was he got loose and lost pace. Mookie tried to get him around the outside, and then Mookie, I think, was a bit too aggressive on the power and got a slide off the top of the turn and came down into Partridge, which is what triggered that whole incident. Meanwhile, Robert Northway now under attack from Justin Morton, trying to defend the low line here as Partridge comes out of the pits, taking some repairs there. And we will see what kind of run we get here from the pole sitter. He's cleared Northway, back up to 5th. Shane Bowen is right there with them too, but got to keep an eye out for the number 22 MFR car of Craig Tilson, who's himself... no. Okay, that was an overlayer. My apologies. No mechanical black flag for Tilson, but Craig here is one of the drivers who's on much fresher tyres. That whole group of lap down cars there, a few of them still have a long way to go in the stint here, and so this is the opportunity for Tilson to make up some track position.
Well, you've got to be aggressive about it, but the other thing is, this is on Ben Doty and those cars that are around him to recognise you've got a car that's on really, really fresh tyres right now. Let that car go. You don't want to fight him because he's just going to ruin... You don't want to come a blow with him. And the big thing is, it's in Craig Tilson's best interest right now to be aggressive. He overtakes 3 more cars. That's a lap back. That's what his target is for this end of the stint. And, well, if I'm in Tilson's shoes, I'm going to put you in an awkward position because I want you to make a bad decision because I'm on a spot back.
Yeah, indeed. Craig Tilson currently 3 laps down on our leaders, and coming up on his teammate Dan Stevens. I don't think Dan's going to give Craig too much of a hard time here. We'll have to wait another half a lap or so to get him through. No, actually, right there, the MFR cars trade spots, and we always love seeing those middle finger racing liveries out there. Dan Stevens, through his Mad As Designs brand, paints the liveries for the middle finger racing cars, and they always come out with these lovely paint jobs for this. And that's taken nothing away from anyone else too. The KSR cars look beautiful. The Fusion Dodgers look fantastic as well. That is a clear throwback scheme there on Sam Harper's car. Jake Fox as well for Kingsman with some fantastic colours on his car. I always love seeing what the teams bring in terms of liveries to these majors events.
And especially with an older car such as this, it's a perfect opportunity to provide throwbacks. As you mentioned, the Fusion cars have a couple of different designs. We have what appears to be a Davey Allison Haviland scheme on these Dodges. Although that could be throwing further back to Chip Ganassi Racing back when they were still running in stock cars. Also, we mentioned the 97 earlier, running a Kurt Busch Ford throwback. As we take a look at Morton, he's actually managed to snipe the 4th position away from Doty for the Kiwi Sim Racing. There's Walker. He's currently running 3rd, but he's going to be the next victim for Justin Morton.
He certainly is. 42 laps complete on this stint for everyone in our lead group. Christian McCrelly is going to be the first to blink here after 42 laps complete. Make his way into the lane.
Ben Doty's going to follow him in. So, okay, that is the question I wanted. I was pulling fuel numbers, and I was just guessing about where I reckon they should probably fall in terms of those numbers. This is giving us a much better picture. So I've got some more research to go and do because my numbers are out.
Indeed. Well, while Scott Rankin buries his head in whatever books and web pages he has at his disposal, we'll keep an eye out to see the rest of this lead group decides to do. Daniel Stevens coming down into the lane, it looks like, after 43 laps completed. Shane Bowen going to go a little bit longer. He's going to try and dispatch Robert Northway here, but there's no way through for the 673. He is high, but as we've noted, Lynn, the Cobalt cars are very strong on the high line. Bowen using that very nicely, but now to the inside. Will he come down onto the lane? Does he dip below the white line? He does not. Northway, it seems, decides the same. They're going to keep going again.
And the strategy is, I don't think your numbers are wrong at this point, Scott. It's just a case of somebody has decided to play a little cheeky game, jump into the pits a little bit early, try to get that track position. They're currently running 31.6s. On fresh tires, they're running 29.5s. There's seconds to be made if you jump in early, and we've seen a couple of cars blink on that. It's like, monkey see, monkey do, monkey learn.
Robert Northway went 45 laps on that stint, by the way, as he's coming to the pit lane. So that's actually quite crucial. It sort of plants that number. So critical lap number, we're at lap 156. So for a 44-lap stint, our critical lap number is 136. For a 43-lap stint, it's 142. So we're well and truly beyond those numbers, and we're not close enough to anything far enough down the road to worry about. So we do have quite a window here. 45-lap stint, our critical lap number is going to be lap 130 and lap 75.
Oh,
Great
how's
move by
that
Morton.
from Justin Morton? That's amazing. Morton taking the position back from Ewan Baker on pit entry. Morton evidently nailing the braking there.
Yeah, okay, so back to those numbers I was just sort of playing with. The big critical factor for a lot of this is that on a 45 lap run, we're looking at lap 175. We're about 20 laps shy of that, so we actually have a fair way. We've sort of got, for the remaining stints of the race, you can undercut and do a 43 lap stint and be a-okay. 43 lap stint, critical lap number was 142, and we're 15 laps beyond that. So you've got 15 laps to sort of play with across the remaining stints of the race. So even a 42 lap stint is critical lap to get home is 148, and we're 10 laps beyond that. So you can run 42 lap stints to the end from here, no problem. You won't have to do an extra stop.
That might allow you to be a little more aggressive on the tyres, as well as James Walker has already communicated that he's coming into the lane, and from the lead he does so. Expecting Robert DeLoach to potentially follow him in there, as Sam Harper and Ryan Steele already midway through their pit stops, and they're basically all running around 14.5 to 15.5 second pit stops for the most part, and that's right on the money for a full refuel and 4 new tyres. I mean, tyre sets are unlimited. Why wouldn't you take tyres at a pit stop? Doughty, currently third for now, and already completing 6 laps. Thanks to that late call, he's going to move through to the lead of the race. Daniel Stevens up to second. So the running order changes at the front once again here, Lynn, but Doughty running into a bit of traffic.
Yep, and that being the first to the pit means you get the first to the tire advantage, and that has gained him about, I want to say, about 10 seconds overall. Northway goes from the lead to around 5th as we take a look, as we watch the Stevens machine right here also taking advantage of fresh tires. Morton a couple of laps fresher on that still, so there's a little bit of a gap to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, so looking at having these cars getting to about 42, 43 laps, I think if we get really late to going and it's maybe 50 to go, I think you might see somebody trying to take a shot at it from there. If you could back it up to maybe a 33 or 34 second lap, I think you can make it from there.
Numbers flying everywhere. I'm glad that I have Lynn and Scott in here with me to decipher and make a synthesis of those numbers. Okay. If it was me on my own, I'd be absolutely nowhere.
I'm glad I spent some extra time, and I was just like, I wonder, let's plug some extra numbers into this calculator. I'm glad I did. Guess what lap the drivers who ran 48 laps pit on? And this is critical here. James Walker pit at the end of lap 160. Lap 159 start of 160. He can get home with one less stop. If he runs 48 laps to the end of the race and we go green, he gets home. Everybody else has to do one extra stop. He is the only one in that position. There is one driver and one driver only. Everybody else wanted to play this funky undercut each other game. That's going to give him an advantage. And the other thing is, he's gone so much further than everyone else that also there's a window of now about 5 to 10 laps, and that window is going to widen each and every stint as well, where he's the only car out there that might be on the lead lap. If a caution falls in that window because people get aggressive in and around traffic, everyone gets trapped a lap down, and they're forced to take wave bys. James Walker gets the front of the position. So he, in terms of a strategy position, is in this really strong hole right now. He's just going to leverage it, make sure that he can get his critical margin now is 48 lap runs. That is the only thing that matters to him.
Yeah, so that's going to result in him potentially trying to save a bit behind cars if he comes up against someone that he's not clearly faster than. That's a very significant development. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention there, Scott. James Walker, one to watch towards the end of the race. Ben Doughty pitted 2 laps earlier. Ewan Baker pitted 2 laps earlier. Lap 153 there for Ben Doughty in the lead of the race. There is a lot more still to come from the World 600 here at Charlotte, round 3 of the International Division of the Major Series, round 4, my apologies. Yes, we had the Classic Daytona and Bathurst 2-hour in between round 1 and this. Is a little bit of a check up there for the 97 of James Walker. Traffic troubles here in the mid-phase.
Yeah, and the key thing that Scott said in that whole ordeal that I picked up, if it goes green, and I don't foresee this going green the rest of the way. It would be a small miracle. I'm just going to be honest. Again, 600 miles, 960 kilometers of total running that they're going to be doing tonight. That's going to be a lot of endurance on these drivers, and eventually, I'm just gonna say it right now. Somebody's going to get tired. Somebody's going to get a little bit heapy, and then they might take a small steep in the corner, and then they hit the wall, and then they spin out, and then everything just goes topsy-turvy.
It is an endurance race, isn't it? You know, I mean, you're going at high speeds, and I guess like the race distance would get completed pretty significantly faster than it would be on a road course, for example, with a slower average speed. But regardless, we are in it for the long haul here. The race has been going now for over an hour and a half, and we still have 230 laps remaining in it. So, man, buckle up, because it's going to be a long ride, Scott.
Yeah, certainly it is. I think it's worthwhile noting we're not too far away from getting to that lap 200, 300 mile marker, which is coming up in 30 laps time. And it's worthwhile taking stock. Think about a Bathurst 1000. Normally, in a caution-filled Bathurst 1000, we're looking at about 6 hours to 6 hours and 20. That's sort of about the marker. You get no cautions, and it's somewhere around 5:45, 5:50 hours. So think of the difference. The average speeds, I think, quite a lot higher. Worthwhile keeping note. Just watching Robert Northway again, came a few laps earlier. He was one of the longer runners on that stint. Everyone else was looking to undercut. He actually ran quite long, which is difficult given how pacey he was at the front of the stint. Car fell off quite a lot. Everyone is dealing with traffic right now, and our top 5, top 10, there is a lot of traffic in that portion of the track. This next 5 to 10 laps quite critical, because if you're James Walker, you want to see a caution flag not come out. For everyone else, they do want to see one, because they've got track position right now. Walker is going to be very fast for the next 30 laps or so, whilst also saving fuel, because he's got the best fresher tyres. So you can just hear throttle management trying to pass cars on the run down to turn 1.
And you saw right there on board with the 29, I believe it was, of Adam Johnson. Lap cars are intermixing all over this place right here. Battle for, well, no, these cars are on separate laps. Northway hanging around in the top 6 currently, trying to negotiate his way through the traffic. It briefly got 3 wide there for a moment. To take a look at the 853 of Carl Burke, going up against Sam Harper for the 11th position. These two cars have been running comparatively similar lap times in the 30.7, 30.8 bracket as the Hog machine comes in for further damage repair. This is the best battle along the track right now, and I'm glad to see Carl Burke back in the majors after a hiatus away. Don't know why, but he's back here now, and I'm glad to see him.
Another really interesting battle that's actually worthwhile keeping an eye on. Julian Mookie, remember we saw him in the fence? He was a part of that incident a while back in the 39 entry. Right now, that is race leader Ben Doherty right in front of him. He's faster than Doherty, but he can't get the job done at the moment. This is to put him back on the lead lap. So he's got the lucky dog locked down at this point in time, but he wants to be back on the lead lap. You don't want to have to take the lucky dog. The lucky dog's sort of a last resort. So his race is being impacted majorly because he's got a little bit of speed. He's got 3 to 4 lap fresher tyres than a race leader at this point in time. So he's got the pace, he's got the ability. He has to get this lap back. Dwayne Burns has just showed up on the scene. Dwayne's halfway offset to these guys in the stint. He's even pacier again. So he's just showed up. This is 2 cars trying to earn their lap back. How often do you see this in road course racing?
Yeah, almost never. It's really awesome seeing these the different way that the race plays out here. Yeah, they definitely are. This could turn into a bit of drama. We got Justin Morton and Daniel Stevens having to back out of it here as we've got side by side by side by side. Cutting down low to the middle is the number 9. And Stevens will be boxed in down low as a result of this. Mookie lifting out to give these guys the spots here, and the battle will then resume.
Morton chasing down the top 2 right here from about 5 seconds back over this previous run, so that's a very impressive charge that the Morton machine has been able to put on, and I think he's going to go. He has the 620 in between him and the leader, and he's going to wait for an opportunity. Ooh, 620 getting a little bit loose off of turn 4 right there. A little bit too much wheel input for the acceleration point. Has to bring it back under control. That's just going to allow Morton to close back in. Morton goes to the high side, trying to get way around the 620.
You can see that there's a bit more mid-corner momentum there for Justin Morton, and he uses that to slingshot his way to the low line coming into turn 3. And the time that he has made up has been nothing short of fantastic on the previous lap there, 2:10, which doesn't seem like all that much, but we're talking about a 1.5 mile oval where the average speed is well over 250 k's an hour. So we'll find our way through to a proper lead battle here. 25 lap old tyres versus 21 lap old tyres in the battle for the lead of the race. Dan Stevens, sort of the middleman, 24 lap old tyres. Morton is turning up the aggression, Scott, and he's going to accelerate out here of turn 4, and it's side by side across the line for the lead. Morton might take this.
He will lead that lap. Definitely had the nose ahead at the stripe, but again, he's on the non-preferred groove up there. Have a look at the rubber that's been laid down. The track and the groove starting to move around. Is the bottom the best place to be anymore? Well, starting to find some momentum from the top step. Doherty's still going to have that preferred groove on the run down to 3 and 4. Keeps it to the low line, gets clear on the high side. New race leader, driver of the 9, Justin Morton.
All right, pole sitter back to the front. Morton's been playing this very well. Question is, will he be able to hold on to it?
That is going to be the question at the moment. But as we've seen here and in many times in the past, that high, you want to be on that high line coming off turn 4 if it's going to be a close finish. That lap that he led a little bit ago, 0.08 was the margin between first and second. Taking a look on board the 34 machine of Ewan Baker, looking back at the James Walker machine, charging their way down the front stretch one more time. And Walker is thinking about making a run. He's going to take a run at it. He's going to get into the inside of the 34, and he's going to get him clear off of turn 2.
Yep, fully behind is Ewan Baker by the time we turn that camera around. And Walker now looking ahead. Stevens in the distance there with Ben Doherty just ahead. Couple of lapped cars in the midst of this still. I believe this lapped car that they're coming up on is Mookie. And you can see there's a bit of damage there on the right rear quarter of Julian, and it seems like he's decided, yeah, now's the time for me to start lifting off and just letting these guys go. But he needs to be careful of Gavin Cox here, who is a fellow lap down car, but Cox a bit further behind and very fresh out of the pits. So we're seeing that eventuate again for the 555. He's way off strategy to everyone else. He's super fast while everyone else is in tire saving mode, Scott.
Yeah, and you can just see he's just happy to sit right here at the moment. He's running similar lap times to all those. He's got that tyre offset. He's got the freshest tyres of this entire group on at the moment, and he's just casually chilling out at the back, not taking too much out of it. The critical thing in this next phase of the race, we are now at the 30 lap marker on Ben Doherty's tyres. He went for the biggest undercut. He's been on those tyres for a long period of time. If we're going to go to the 48 lap marker from James Walker, he actually wouldn't mind having a group of cars just ahead of him just to say punch that hole through the air, and it's formed up really nicely for him. The other thing is these guys have been battling, so his tyres have managed to stay nice and fresh as well.
Christian McCrelly, meanwhile, finds his way into the lane. Bit of a shorter stint there for Christian. He's carried some damage on the car, which he is going to get repaired. I think he just took his fast repair there. So McCrelly not having a great time at the moment, but still have plenty of this race left to run, plenty of opportunities for Christian to find his way back through. Harper versus Burke, meanwhile, for 12th as the 310 of Phil Otto emerges from the pits alongside them. Actually, that's Phil going for a pit stop. Otto, at the moment, one of those drivers who is potentially in contention for a lucky dog type position later on, but that's the reason why he's coming to the pits. It looks like he just got way loose.
A lot of wheel input coming off of that corner, trying to get set up, and if you accelerate with too much steering, take a look at it on board right here. I think this will tell the tale. Oh, he started trying to catch it, and then he tried to get back in the throttle too soon, smacks the wall, gets the meatball, and since he was already caught up in the previous incident, he does not have a spare car available, so he's going to be spending some significant time in the pits trying to make up these next 15-20 laps to get full points.
That's a shame for Phil. Well, hopefully he'll get back out there as Walker in the fence, and Ewan Baker will be right there to take advantage. Walker holding on to some great pace, though, in spite of that. That was almost a disaster right there.
Yeah, and the biggest thing was that was probably caused a little bit by Gavin Cox, who's just come out of the pits recently on fresh tyres, diving it in there. And Walker's trying to be conservative. Remember early on in the race, he was the car that was in the fence again, got the high side a little bit too early and didn't quite get the car to pitch and rotate down. So again, just touch out of the group. And he's saving and he's thinking long term. But yeah, this is caution's out. Never mind. That's going to normalise them all again.
Okie dokes. It looks like Craig Tilson. I see Adam Johnson off as well with some debris. But it is coming together with Shane Bowen and Clint Day, it looks like. They were both stopped at the exit of turn 2. And, well, I'm unsure exactly what happened here. Looks like, oh, I see what happened. Shane Bowen was turned by Jason Lotbridge. So we'll see how that happened very shortly. I think it's another... It almost looks like a mirror image, Scott, of the incident we saw for the lead of the race earlier on. Just a check-up down low from Bowen, and Lotbridge was steaming in on the preferred line.
Yeah, that's... You just can't pick up that throttle. You got to have the overlap, right? So Shane's got a little bit cheeky, got the nose in there on the front straight, got underneath him. And you're right, he does get tight. But you got to predict that. That's yeah, that's a tricky one.
Certainly is. And Adam Johnson, I believe, with a separate incident potentially. He might collect. Oh, watch out for Hutchison. Oh, okay. So Hutchison ran into that battle and then lost his rear bumper. Johnson didn't have much to do about that, unfortunately. So multiple cars now with mechanical black flags and multiple cars in the pit lane. This is probably the best opportunity now for everyone to get a brand new set of tyres. Justin Morton at the front of the field will be the first car out of pit lane, but there's a jump by Daniel Stevens. He's managed to grab second place, Walker to third, Doughty back to fourth, and Ewan Baker down to P5.
Doughty, for some reason, had 3 extra seconds in the pit lane. His pit stop time was on par with everybody else, but he just loses 3 seconds somewhere. Something to note about the about some of these incidents that we're seeing, especially this most recent one. One of the setup options that you have to make is on the front sway bar. You could choose to attach one end of it with a chain instead of a solid piece. What that does is that it basically turns it off when you're turning to the right, but allows it to have full effectiveness when you're in the corner. This allows you to enter the corner with a little more freeness on the axle and gives you a little bit more grip. But, and what I think is causing a lot of hesitation for some of these guys, if you try to jerk the wheel back to the right, it immediately unloads it and makes the car extremely loose, and probably people are just they may be hesitant to get themselves in trouble trying to catch a car that suddenly goes loose, tight, loose, tight, loose, tight.
Yeah, I think that might add a little bit more context to Phil Otto's incident. Maybe that's an attribute of his setup, and that's what caused him to sort of fishtail a bit down the back stretch, as we saw on the replay earlier. I can tell you that Ben Doughty spent that extra time in the pits because he overshot his pit box. He just didn't pull it up in time. He was a bit too far forward, had to reverse back in, and so that cost him some time.
Yeah, so little mistakes like that's going to cost you a little bit in the running order, but hasn't cost him major. He's still up here, he's still in the top 4. Looking at the pit windows from here, again, we're going to be talking about this all night long, and the reason that we're going to be talking about it is because it's critical. We're just shy of the halfway marker, so now is when you actually... This is the critical time to start trying to connect those dots. The back half of the race, cars are going to start getting eliminated, too much damage, they're off the lead lap, they're going to be less and less relevant to the race at large. Critically, lap 190 is a 42-lap window. So from here, you can run 42-lap stints, no problem. That's what I'd be looking to do from their shoes. We've been seeing how much the undercut has really been critical. There's a bunch of cars that just took a wave by right there, so... some of them only had just come to the lane. Craig Tilson was one of those. Julian Mookie, I think, is going to go
back on the lead lap. All right. Well, Mookie, regardless, still has a bit of damage to the front of his car, actually on both sides, but he will come up to the rear of the train as lights are off on the pace car, and Jason Lottridge, thanks to his role in that caution-causing incident, being given an end-of-line penalty. That's all that has gone on this caution period. I probably should have been counting the cautions here, but whatever restart this is, it is indeed a restart. And Justin Morton is going to lead us across the line here. Once again, he goes nice and early to move things along, and James Walker followed him through nicely up to second place, puts Dan Stevens back to P3. Ben Doughty, Ewan Baker, Hayden Kirk, the trio of KSR Speed Nation cars, 4th, 5th and 6th. We'll see if there's any kind of response from them as they enter turn 3 once more. Justin Morton will be holding on to this lead for a while, I'd imagine. He's had to work very hard to keep himself up in the top echelon of this field lead, and well, we're still not even halfway through.
Just 5 laps away from that all-important halfway point, and so part of the issue that Stevens was having on that restart, this is a older track on the iRacing service, and they haven't gotten around to enabling the start zone for this track. What that basically means is on other tracks, as soon as the leader goes, everybody else is free to engage how they please. But here, the guy that is starting on outside of row number 1 cannot beat the leader to the line under any circumstance, so there is a bit of a disadvantage there that the Stevens machine had on that start that allowed Walker to jump his way through, but Stevens is going to take the fight right back, try to get down to the low side, gets it covered off, and we're going to continue on lap 197.
Heard a tiny bit of feathering of the throttle from Justin Morton. I think he's still trying to find the balance for this stint again. But you see how early Stevens is lifting out there coming into turn 1. Evidently, taking advantage of the slipstream as you would, but deciding it's best to just hang back a little bit. He is safe for the time being from Bendotti. And Morton will continue to hold on to that gap, but I can see that Walker is just inching ever closer to him. Stevens, in fact, was the fastest car on the previous lap. How does it look on this lap? This time it is Walker who's the fastest. Scotty took half a tenth out of Morton there.
Yes, absolutely nothing in it. So, yeah, that's gonna change a whole bunch. But yeah, critically keeping an eye on those cars at the back end of the field. They're going to be quite crucial, I think, again in this run. We've got 17 cars on the lead lap as we restart this run. Ray Partridge is the first car that's off the lead lap. He did elect to come down the pit lane under that caution, so he elected to stay off the lead lap. The reason for that was he was only about 2 or 3 laps away from a pit stop, so he had to come in terms of fuel. If he'd have stayed out, he would have pit under green flag nearly immediately. That was just really going to be a waste of time. So he took that. Jason Lottridge also at 1 lap down. Christian McCrelly also at 1 down. So that's the 3 cars that are fighting for the lucky dog.
Yeah, McCrelly, of course, was fighting in and around the top 10 early on in the race, so we know that there's a lot more potential for speed from that 701 that he's driving. For now, though, keep your eyes peeled on Robert Northway. At the back end of the top 10, got Rob DeLoach up ahead of him with Wayne Hutchison, 1 further position up there. And Northway was mega aggressive on the previous restart. This time it seems like a bit of a problem for the 235 on the exit. DeLoach making a little bit too much heat in those rear tyres, and Northway will dip through, but slight disadvantage down low, almost comes up into him, and DeLoach very lucky to keep it out of the wall there.
Just a case of not being able to get clear in time, and DeLoach having to take evasive action. Fortunately enough, he was already on the flat part of the exit of the turn number 4, able to get the car gathered back up, able to proceed on without issue. And you noticed earlier, as they were traversing through turn 1, something else to note. There's a little bump on the surface as they start to climb up the banking. If we can get a onboard right here, you see right about here,
yeah,
there's a little tunnel that proceeds from the infield to the outfield, and as the terrain settled when they built the track, it creates this little hump, and that is a pain to navigate, because if you want to try to drive through to where you think the lift point is, oh no, you don't lift there, because you will be very sideways and out of control, so you have to lift beforehand to be able to make the corner.
Yeah, Charlotte, quite an old circuit. First broke ground in July 1959 and it opened in 1960. 64-year-old circuit, this one, and so it has a few of those quirks that come with ovals that were built in sort of the before times, as it were, of modern stock car racing. But it's a popular circuit, and for very good reason. The 08 of Jake Fox losing a little bit of pace down low there. Fox down to 14th now, and I'm wondering what the deal is here. Is he having some trouble with his car? Is he just deciding to let a few of the more aggressive runners go? That was Shane Bowen that just made his way past him, and Bowen has been involved in that battle for some of the top spots for a lot of the time of this race, but falling back a little bit further over the course of the last few green flag runs. So evidently he's still looking rather quick. Jake Fox, I think, just trying to survive at the moment. He's up 6 spots from where he started.
Yep, so it'll be absolutely something very, very similar to that. You'll be thinking long term, settle himself in, and again, we're still looking towards the back end of the race and positioning ourselves at the tail end of this one. So again, we're past the halfway marker now, and the big thing is we've just hit 2 hours. So we're going to get this race in on current trends in under 4 hours is worthwhile thinking. But these drivers have been in that sim seat. The big thing as we get towards the back end of this race, toilet breaks. Real race car drivers, they don't have to clean their own seat. They'll just go in their race suit, they'll wash it out. Sim racers, it's in the house. I don't want to really do that in the house. So what will actually happen, what you'll see at some point, is that some of these drivers, we get another caution. Generally about the halfway marker is when I go for it. I'm thinking Coke 600, right? Your 600-mile races where you're doing these sorts of things solo. This is absolutely something that is critical to these drivers. You got a teammate? You can swap over to him, hand him the car. That's when you go to the bathroom. You can't do that in this race. Next caution, I think, is the last true opportunity to get that rest break in. So think about that a little.
Yeah, worth thinking about indeed. I mean, you know, we're lucky up here in the comms box. We don't need to worry about that necessarily. There was a period about half an hour ago where I dipped out of the comms box for a bit, and it was just Scott and Lynn in here, and I was taking care of a couple of things around the house over that minute or two's period. Yeah. Oh, yellow out. What's happened here?
Looking. I'm seeing the Elder machine really slow. Yeah, let's take a look at the 115 and the 019 here.
Okay, Stuart Elder and Jonathan Ben. Okay, we've got something to think about here. I did see that Ben was potentially getting up to speed. No crash. This is tough. What actually caused this? So Burns coming out of the pit lane, Elder in the 115. Oh, he's got plenty of grip down there on the white line.
These are a couple of lap cars right here, and you look at this close right here, 019 up early for the corner, and yeah, hello. And the 019 gets just sideways enough to bring out the yellow because the 115 was still there to detect it. If you're the stewards, you're probably going to go assign fault to the 115 there. At the same time, I mean, if we're sticking stuff on the quote wall over here, yeah, here's an opportunity for a bio break, I would imagine.
I think this is. We were just talking about. I think this is the time. And even if I don't need to go for one, I'm going now because I don't want to. The rest of this race is about track position. Think about Ryan Steele. He's driven through this field to come back up. He's inside the top 10. But if I'm any of these guys. And I'm thinking that I might want to go for one in the next 100 laps or so. I'm going now. Go for it early. Don't wait. The critical reason for that is as the race goes on, track position becomes more and more and more important. So right now we've still got 190 laps to go. Track position is not mega important. Another key factor about this caution is it's actually a really, really nicely timed. We've just had a short run. So if you pit under that last caution, you can actually go ahead and get a wave by here and get a lap back. So this is actually quite a critical timing on this caution.
Yeah, all the drivers lap down or more will have tried to play that. For our leaders, though, Justin Morton once again. Fifth caution.
I did go back and do some research for you. Yeah.
Good. Thank you. At least someone's keeping track up here. Thank you very much. Yeah, Morton continuing in the lead of the race now. James Walker back up to second spot. The fight back is there as Stuart Elder has been given the end of line penalty for bringing out that caution. Second time that race control has taken a look at Stuart Elder. He received a black flag earlier on. And now we can get back into the restart, the rhythm, so to speak. Carl Burke with a bit of an extended time in the pit lane. Maybe he's taking that bio break himself. No, actually, he's left the server. So we have a retirement there. Other cars that we've unfortunately lost so far are Adam Tozer and Phil Otto. I'm seeing that Otto might still emerge from the pits potentially, but definitely lost Adam Tozer a while ago. He's been in the pits for an hour and 12 minutes, and Carl Burke, I don't think we're going to be seeing much more from him. But we are going to be seeing a ton from these guys battling up the front. Morton, Walker, Stevens, Baker, Doughty, Kirk, Hutchison, all in contention at this point. But right now, I think it might be between Morton and Walker.
So watch them, they're going to set themselves here, race and jump. Again, it's critical to get the power down. Look at the car crawl. These things have a lot of horsepower and very little mechanical grip, so they struggle to get through the gears.
Partridge gets a penalty on the restart.
Oh no, that's not good there for Ray Partridge. 18th at the moment, falling down to 19th, and well, he's going to stay out of everyone's way there. A black flag to serve now for Mr. Ray Partridge. Far from ideal. It's just one of many issues that you can suffer in a long oval race like this. But up the front, Justin Morton away to a 0.4 of a second lead. But I would expect James Walker to start making that back up once this initial rubbering in phase of the tyres comes to a close.
For Partridge, it was a case of being out of position on the restart. The sim considers that to be passing under yellow, so that's going to be a discussion for another time. But meanwhile, take a look at the win of North Bay in the 673 of Shane Bowen battling for that position. Bowen had it, took it, get into the top 10. And a purple lap out right there. 59.305. The temperatures are dropping. Lines are clicking.
Yeah, well, we're having a little bit of internet problems there for Lynn Kinchelow, it seems. So I'll step in and. Yeah, Robert Northway dialing up the aggression once again here, Scott. He's once again doing that thing where he's got those fresh tyres and he's taking advantage, blasting his way forward. This time, he actually has cars to make his way through on. He wants to try and get close to that lead group, I'd imagine.
Yeah, so good opportunity for him to drag himself forward again. Consider Northway's pace as well. Northway's very front-loaded, so he's not good on the long run, but his short-term pace is where he's making all those gains. Just doing some numbers about the average laps between cautions. At the moment, we've had 5 cautions for an average run length of 41.8 laps, so 41 to 42 laps on that one as well. The longest run length that we've had thus far was between our cautions was between lap 109 and lap 190. 81 laps between cautions right there. So we've never had so far throughout the race a 2-stop green flag run. We were getting quite close to a couple though.
Maybe we'll see that towards the end. Well, there's all of Northway's stops there, and our producer Dan Yeaman saying that potentially Northway has stopped every time he could in this race. He's been getting those fresh tyres at every opportunity, and under caution as well, especially right at the start. So yeah, he's definitely prioritising having those fresh tyres and making good use of them. But it looks like his pace has maybe plateaued a little bit. Still the fastest car on track. But, yeah, it seems like he's not making up as much time to Steele and Doughty as he otherwise was.
So, interesting to note there's a few drivers that have, only a couple drivers have stopped every single caution. Also quite critical at the moment. Should we get ourselves a lucky dog? The only potential recipient is currently Dean Moll, who is at 1 lap down. The difficulty for Dean, he's in the middle of a 29-lap run. He's just recently taken a wave by. There was quite a few drivers who just took themselves wave bys as well. I believe Jason Mottridge just took one. Christian McCrelly's taken one to get themselves both back onto the lead lap. So for McCrelly, at the moment, he's on 35-lap old tyres. He's taken 2 consecutive wave bys to get himself from 2 laps down back to the lead lap. He's about 10 laps away from his stop. Jason Mottridge has also taken 2 consecutive wave bys. He's on a 29-lap run at the moment. He's about 15 laps away from his next pit stop. Those drivers are in a real critical spot spot at the moment because they're looking for a short run here, grab a caution, get some fresh tyres on.
The only caveat to Dean Mall getting a lucky dog here is if he happens to be in that caution or gets a incident around at the same time, then the lucky dog would pass back to the next car in line.
Something to think about as time goes on. Past the halfway point of the World 600. 300 and something miles complete, 200 and something miles left to go. I'm really not having my maths brain on at the moment, but we can keep our eyes peeled on Hayden Kirk and Ben Doherty, 6th and 7th at the moment. And right now, Dan Stevens starting to fall back, it seems, from our top three. Still driving it hard into the corners. Look at the attitude of that number 3. That is exactly what we like seeing driving hard here. Robin Northway, meanwhile, looks like he's starting to get amongst it just behind all of this. Northway is caught up to Ryan Steele, and Ben Doherty is not making life easy for our number 1 car there. Through that turn, Northway went down low, but I think he had to check up because Doherty was down there too.
And that little opening has allowed Steele to get it out to the outside of the 313 right there. That's going to be a big roadblock to the one right here. Yes, he's quicker, but you can't go anywhere if the road is physically blocked in front of you.
Indeed, still side by side here between Steele and Doherty, and it looks like Steele's going to get the run up high out of turn 2. And don't forget, Ryan Steele was at the end of the line a few cautions ago. Over the course of the last, God, how many laps would it have been? Over 50, potentially? He has doggedly fought his way back up to the front. And
he's massive at the moment too.
Yeah, he certainly is. Northway finding his way past Doherty in the midst of all of this. But yeah, Ryan Steele's pace, 30.4 on the last lap. That is far and away quicker than anyone else in the top 14, let alone the entire field.
Yeah, he's...
Yeah,
Northway... Go ahead, Benji.
I was going to say, as soon as Steele got around the Doty car, he immediately took off and caught the next car in line, which would be the Hayden Kirk machine, the 371, and he's going to make a move on him for that 5th position right there, trying to crack that top 10. Same thing with Northway. As soon as he got around the 313, off he went. So obviously, these shorter run cars are eating good right now, but we'll see later on. I think we'll see the 313 start to catch back up as the tires wear out.
Yeah, bountiful harvest for Ryan Steele as things stand. His next target is Dan Stevens, who stare at the back end of. And the top 3 right here as well. Stevens, in fact, starting to pressure Ewan Baker for that 3rd spot. Question is, for Steele, once he gets up here, how many laps into the stint are they? 18 laps. So they're approaching the fall-off point of the tyres. Steele might want to get this done quick, sharp, so that he's ahead of them and he has track position in case a caution comes out. But for now, having to back off a bit. The opportunity is not clearly presenting itself, or is it? Have a look at that run up high. Steele firing it into the corner, actually making up some nice time here at the end of this lap. Draws alongside Stevens as they come across the line. Baker has the luxury of picking whatever line he wants. Stevens now boxed in here. And Steele might just get him here on the exit. He has. Very well done. Looks like he's going to get Baker as well. Ryan Steele, now that the track has been worn in a bit, is absolutely loving that middle high line.
Like you said, Reese, the eating is good while the tires are fresh, and obviously he's still able to get a 2-for-1 special right there, and making his way back into the top 3. He's going to have to close a 0.4 of a second gap to the 97 to Walker, but that gap is nothing with this pace. A full 1/10 of a second a lap faster right now, both on the last lap and the 5-lap average.
Great pace from Ryan Steele. Stevens and Baker resume their battle behind as Steele now staring at the back end of James Walker. Interesting to note that the gap for Justin Morton has stayed pretty stable, still at around 0.9 of a second back to Walker. It's been a well-executed stint from the number 9. And now Ryan Steele will continue to find his way forward here, search for a way through. Is he going to go high like he did with Stevens and Baker, or is he going to try and dip to the inside here versus James Walker? The exit is with him there, coming out of turn 2, but the opportunity again not clearly presenting itself down the straight. And it seems like Walker's responding nicely by getting that run into the turns, but out of them, you can see, Lynn, that he's having a bit of trouble keeping that mid-corner pace up.
Yeah, if you run a car width to a car width up in turns 3 and 4, it gets extremely tight right there, and it's very difficult to maintain the run. As you can see, Steele gets to the inside of the 97 right here with this Michael Waltrip throwback on the dog bear machine of Steele. Can't quite get there and has to give up the ghost a little bit. And you notice he falls back a little bit to try to get a better run, try to get out of that dirty air. And he's going to try to reset and go again. Meanwhile, behind, battle is for the 5th position. Stevens has it. Northway wants it. Northway scraping the wall there. Very close. I think that may be server latency that is involved in making those sparks fly, but it still looks spectacular.
Certainly, and that's the kind of line that we were seeing from Northway when he was in the lead and driving the wheels off that car. So, yeah, Robert trying to find something extra here to get clear of Dan Stevens. Of course, the inside line is fine. It's the geometric faster way through the turn, but you're turning a little bit more. You're eating through those tires just a tiny bit faster, and your exit is compromised as well. You can't like run out and straight line the exit like you want to, and maybe a tiny bit of contact between Northway and Stevens there. They've raced around each other for many years, these two. They know exactly what to expect. And so no harm, no foul between these two. Just the slightest of touches at 150-something miles an hour.
And they were getting a little chatty in the server right there. As you say, they've raced against each other a long time. They're just giving each other compliments and apologies for how close it ended up being. But meanwhile, Stevens falls into the grasp of Hayden Kirk for that 6th position right there. Stevens obviously able to get a better run off of the corners with all that high side. You get a little run down the hill to get the speed back up. And he's able to hold that spot for right now, but having to run side by side has compromised the tires just a little bit. Maybe just a little extra heat in there.
So for the time being, number 35 there, Robbie Bradbury, who's been running at the back most of the way through this race, lets them go and comes into contact with the 17 Dog Bear machine. And for the moment, that's Wayne Hutchison, who is still trying to stay in touch with Stevens and Northway up ahead. Through goes Ben Doherty. It's been a tough one for Robbie Bradbury. Will fall behind Shane Bowen, and that's the top 10 all ahead of him. Lotteridge, meanwhile, into the pit lane. 47 laps complete on that stint for him. It's one of the longer ones that we've seen in recent times.
Yeah, that little stint.
Dean Moll and Christian McCrelly for the Lucky Dog spot as well.
Yeah, sorry for tripping over you there, Reese. Jason had the benefit of the wave around to make that stint extend quite a bit, and by virtue of that, he's extend. I think he's figured out how far he can go on that tank. Another car that is really quick early on this run, Macarelli, going to get the lucky dog position for the moment as Partridge hits from the lead lap. Macarelli was running 30.1s on his 5-lap average, where everybody else was at least a second and a half off. Meanwhile, Partridge comes into the pits, finally finds his pit stall. He ride on board with, I believe this is the one, that's a, yeah, Northway.
Getting a note from our producer to watch how he's angling it in. He does, maybe not this time, as he gets the move done on Ewan Baker. Puts his teammate in between himself and Dan Stevens. But yeah, you're right on board with him when he's on his own or not side by side with someone. You note that he is angling that car in quite a bit, and it's benefiting him in the short term here. Charlotte, of course, is one of those circuits, and I think you could say this for just about every oval out there, Lynn. You want a car that's loose on entry because you're able to get the car turned in, you're able to keep it straight on the exit, and that way you can save your rears a bit.
Yeah. You might say as a road racer that it's just a big circle. It's really easy. It's not. You're having to make a bunch of micro corrections in the corner, and as we're trying to see with Northway, the later you can hold that apex off into turn 4 when you're entering off of turn 3, the better the run you get off of the corner. But at the same time, that puts on so much wear and tear on the right front that you have to basically change the way you drive the corner every single lap, trying to get the wear balanced out so the car stays neutral. Historically, loose is fast, they would say in Days of Thunder, but at the same time, I think if I was a driver, I say I can get more done with an understeering car than a really loose car, because if you've ever tried to hang on to a wicked loose car, as we see Stevens coming to the pits, yeah. This is very, very early in the cycle. Just 33, 34 laps, so starting to work the numbers backwards. We're at lap 244. Do another, 40 laps maybe on the next stint. That gets you to 280. Starting to look at maybe trying to get this done in 3 more stops.
Yeah, it's an early call to the pits from Dan Stevens there. So there's a lot of potential for some kind of reverse card something. I honestly don't know what term to use, but regardless, Stevens is in and out of his pit box in 15 seconds, and he'll resume running down in 16th position. Not bad at all. And he's not the only one to be looking to take a stop in this run. It looks like Ben Doughty came in 2 laps ago as well. We completely missed that one. But now Doughty is back out on the circuit and pounding his way around Charlotte Motor Speedway at a rate of knots compared to every other car around him. Very nicely done indeed. But yeah, like you mentioned, Lynn, with those calculations, this is a potential pitch from Stevens and Doughty, and making it 3 stops to the end.
And also, look at the speed that they're running. Doughty, last lap, 29.681. Take a look at this lap time right here, 29.816. That's nearly a second and a half difference between what they're running now and what the leaders are running. So, yes, they are technically a lap down, but they're fighting to get to the lap back the hard way. So if a caution does come out, they can get a cheap pit stop.
Michael Hogg, the next one to come into the pit lane. It should be a reasonably quick stop for him. Doughty encountering some traffic here. Of course, these are cars that are ahead of him, at least in the case of Shane Bowen. The number 8, meanwhile, of Ray Partridge, a bit behind him and looking to put a lap down there. It's at this point in the race where it's a lot like a road endurance race. You've got cars battling that are laps down, but then you've got cars that are a few laps ahead of them. And there's a lot of lead lap cars. Oh no, Baker and Hutchison. Oh dear. Oh, looks like Baker has avoided too much damage, but that strong run for him coming to a brief end, and Wayne Hutchison with some damage to the front bumper. What's going on between these two? I can see that Baker was deep, and I think this is another case, I think, of drivers just not realizing that there's going to be a big checkup. I don't know if Ewan Baker was going for the pits here, but keep an eye on Baker, the car up ahead of Hutchison here. Baker goes wide, and then he starts dipping down low, and Hutchison just goes right into him. I think Baker was trying to angle for the pit lane there.
Yeah, and you don't ever want to do that. If you're stuck in the high lane, you have to take discretion is the better part of valor and not go for that dive. I think with the case of Baker, he pushed up on the entry of 3 and tried to force the issue. Although it seems like he was trying to get behind traffic, he may have slowed up a little bit too much and left the 17 nowhere to go. I think Baker still has his fast repair to work with. Hutchison probably has to spend some time getting physically fixed. But here's the problem now. For Doty, Stevens, Macarelli, Lottridge, even Partridge, they've been pinned a lap down, so they're going to have to wait for a wave around. Yes, it's only going to be about a 5 to 10 lap difference on the tires, but still, you were hoping for that to cycle the way through.
Yeah. If the caution had come out when Stevens and Doherty were able to filter back through, it would have been a great position for them, but this just makes things all that much harder for them. Doherty finding his way back into pit lane, and I think if you're in Doherty's position there, that's sensible. You come out of the pits, you're down on everyone else, then the caution comes out, and well, might as well I don't know what the inverse of making hay while the sun shines is, but maybe making the best of the unfortunate situation that you now find yourself in. Hutchison bringing it into the pit lane, and we'll see if he still has his fast repair on hand. Ewan Baker was deemed at fault for that caution-causing incident, and so Baker will be getting the end-of-line penalty.
The inverse of making hay while the sun is out, it depends on your perspective. You could either make lemonade with your lemons, or if you're feeling so inclined, you could be like the legendary inventor Cave Johnson. You make life take back those lemons. Maybe you invent a combustible lemon and burn life's house down with the lemons. Yes. It's 3:30 in the morning at Central Time. You'll have to pardon my euphemisms for explosives.
I need to replay through the Portal series. I really need to. Loved that whole sequence. Well, regardless, will be a sour taste in Ewan Baker's mouth as he's forced to go end of line here. He has come into the pits under this stop, but he will have to move to the very back of this long train of cars. Michael Hogg, it looks like after he came into the pits, has not come back out. And I don't know if that's a retirement from Michael, but
it's entirely possible. It's extended repairs, but also at the same time, I believe he also runs the Euro division of the majors. So you're looking at green flag for that session in 6 hours 30 minutes. There's not a lot of downtime for some of these double Ironmen or even the triple Ironmen. I have to give a shout out to the 8 and the 17 of Wayne Hutchinson and Ray Partridge, inversely respectively. They are attempting to compete the triple Ironman in all 3 regions. That means starting all 12 races in all 12 regions. Oh boy, that you're thinking it's taking forever to get this one. Just think about it, what it is for them. They're barely a sixth of the way through their 1,800 miles.
Yeah, and considering there's a lot of potential for even more cautions in the other regions, you're looking at race lengths of at least 4 hours, maybe 5 hours. You're looking at 15 hours of racing over the course of a single weekend, which is frankly ridiculous. I'm 31 and I'm starting to think, yeah, maybe my time for staying up all night on the sim is over. Can't imagine. For Partridge and Hutchison, what they're going through. But the race has restarted. Justin Morton and James Walker are your first and second place cars. Northway back up to third, and now that he's back up in that third position, might we see a bit more aggression from him to try and get amongst that podium battle? Looks like we're seeing it now.
Yep, got to make the opportunity happen while it is present. Northway taking the second position away from Walker right there. Again, short run car versus long run car. Short run car is going to get the edge for the time being. Meanwhile, Steele trying to close this gap down from about half a second down to a quarter in the corners. And they're going to get spread out a little bit. Let's take a look at these lap times right here as they come off for the first full flying lap under green. Immediately we're going to see a lot of 29s, I believe, right here. 29.724, 29.44, 29.848. The cars are flying out here.
Yeah, that's only Robert Northway's lap there, only a tenth or so off his overall best lap of the race. Track temperature back down to 26 Celsius as we are truly in the night now. It's coming up to 10:15 in the evening in sim time, just in time for Robert Northway to sweep round the outside of Justin Morton to take the race lead. And up high, potentially, there's going to be a little drama for Northway, but regardless, that's going to be that. Well, Scott, looking forward to seeing how this goes on. You gave us some numbers before you came back. Average laps between cautions, 41.5. So it looks like that roundabout 42 lap stint number that you were talking about before is bang on, if that's what they were going for.
Yeah, and critically, all these guys pit on lap 249, coming to 250. So where does that get us? Gets us to 150 laps from home. Is there any windows that are occurring in and around that time? Nope. So strategy's totally up to the teams and the drivers at this point.
All right, we are back in the murky, dark forest of strategy numbers flying everywhere. We don't know what anyone's going to be doing from here on out. What we do know is Robert Northway back up on the aggression horse, as it were, and James Walker now trying to face off against Ryan Steele a little bit further back. Jake Fox has found his way up to 9th place. This has been a great change of fortunes here for Jake. He was all the way down outside the top 20 at one point when I looked at him last. And he's found his way forward. Oh my goodness, the revs. You see how far up above 9,000 he was? He's running a short ratio.
Short ratio. So that'll be focusing on short run pace there as well for him. So there'll be no fuel saving coming from him. Gets to the outside at the moment on Sam Harper, and the critical thing for these guys is they're losing a little bit of touch with the pack in front, so they've got to get themselves all sorted out. Yeah, so big thing is that it's pretty much run whatever strategy you want. It'll be 4 runs to the flag. From here, 4 runs.
Oh! Netcode gods strike down their lightning on Jake Fox, and he gets sent into the wall. There was so much space between those cars. Very lucky to keep it going, but obviously we'll be dealing with some damage now. I might have commentators cursed you, Jake. I'm sorry about that. I was just saying how well he was doing. Unfortunately, a bit of contact with the fusion dodge of Sam Harper there.
Yeah, and a mechanical black flag for him as well. Did he get into the stall? Yeah, I was about to say he's not in the stall, so we can't take service from there, but it's just they're both trying to run their own line on the way through. He gets a touch loose, had to come back down and get straightened out. But fast repair still available for the driver. This is 08, keeps himself in the race. He will fall, I believe, 2 laps off the lead.
Well, that's what happens when you're on an. Are these Australian servers that are running the international region? Yeah, they are. So, yeah, an Australian server, an Australian driver versus a driver in the UK in the form of Sam Harper. That's what can happen at high speeds on an oval. Real shame for Jake Fox, but like you say, could certainly have been worse.
It's certainly been a lot worse. Yeah, so we're just looking to trend towards. It'll be 4 runs to the end should we go green, and if Lynn was here, I guarantee Lynn would be immediately saying in both of our ears, should we go green? We haven't gone green for more than 81 laps at this point in time. That's the longest that we've had between yellow flags, and that's the distance from the yellow flag coming out to the next yellow flag coming out. I'm not actually counting the pacing laps in there. So it's actually more like 78 or so green flag laps. Yeah, so the tricky part is how do you connect those dots? Right now, you want to run the stint as long as you possibly can. The reason for that is caution's going to fly. Well, never mind. That's going to take things away from us here, and that'll be caution number 7.
And Dan Stevens turned around there, almost got cleaned up, but avoids the worst of it. Some damage to the rear, though. And this will be an interesting replay, I'd gather. Stevens was running very high. Ben Doughty made contact. And it looks like
he's already used his fast repair race.
No. Yeah, so Ben Doughty's going to be in the pits for a while. Well, I can tell you, it was a case of side-by-side contact. Stevens was ahead, Doughty had a bit of overlap, and Stevens, I think, might have come up on him here. We'll have to take a look from this angle here. Coming through the quad oval, Stevens wants to get on line for turn 1, just moves up a bit too far, Doughty was tight. Yeah.
That is a more regular Charlotte. It's actually quite narrow, this front stretch, because the kinks in the quad oval are actually quite aggressive here, and that's a pretty bog standard incident and issue that you normally see for Charlotte.
Mighty close there as the field came through. Well, no surprise to see that everyone's decided to come into the pit lane after 16 laps complete on these tyres. Morton versus Walker again at the head of the field. Dan Stevens has been given the end of line for that one. Deemed that he moved up into Ben Doughty. And, well, Justin Morton will lead the way out of the pit lane. I believe Northway was still in the lead at the time the caution came out, so he's lost out a little bit. It was only a 2/10 slower pit stop than Morton and Walker, but he ended up spending about 4 or 5 tenths longer through the pit lane, which is interesting.
Well, the critical factor is Justin Morton had the number 1 pit stall, so
yeah.
He doesn't have to get back up to speed. So that number 1 pit stall normally worth, potentially a spot, and it gets him back to the race lead. So
yes, all those little subtleties that you need to keep track of a race like this. Light still on the pace car. We will see if the caution is going to be extended. It looks like we have some wave arounds to work through. Roger Shank is released, as is Clint Day. Shank and Day 21st and 22nd at the moment. And then the leaders will move back on through. So Northway's done, I think, pretty well to hold on to second place there. And we got to remember, the pattern that we've seen thus far is that Northway is super fast at the start of a stint, but then James Walker starts to come back in sort of the mid to late phase of the stint. So I think it's going to be an interesting battle for second spot. I would expect that Walker, being on the sort of low line here on the restart, will follow Justin Morton through. The outside doesn't always get the best run here. So at the very least, Northway is going to have a battle on his hands as soon as the green flag drops.
Actually, a little bit of Dan Stevens is actually just extending an apology to Ben Doughty in the sim at the moment. So lights have come back on because it's just going to extend the pacing, but a little bit of. Yeah, that's at least sportsmanship extended there. And just keeping an eye on Ben Doughty. I think he's actually cleared the required repairs to get his car back out there on the racetrack. So he is good to go. At least for
the
a while.
optionals. Yeah. Well, we'll see what the pace is like for Ben Doughty. Oh, dearie me. Still quite a crumple there on that front right section of the car.
Should be right. Race tape.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
The thing I'm keeping just noting on this Doughty car, that right front is massively towed out, a lot further than what you would want it to be. On the front, you have to tow them in or out the same angle, and the rears you can kind of go whichever way you want. But with this right front being heavily towed out the way it is, it's going to negate all of the advantage of the rear tow being set the way it is, and it's also going to increase the wear, so that thing is going to be start pushing almost immediately on this restart.
We'll keep an eye out for that on Ben Doughty's car. He still runs in 14th place as the pace car comes in. Robert Northway now trying to judge the start that Justin Morton takes, but as expected, some overlap. It looks like there was a bit of a concertina in the sort of midfield section. It's a four-way fight now for second. Northway hard on the power will get the run round the outside to keep second spot for now. James Walker slotting up ahead of Ryan Steele. Here comes Shane Bowen. He is amongst the top 5 battle, and he might want to try and go for 4th, but we saw that Cobalt car was strongest when it was up high in a battle. Seems like there's a bit too much understeer down low, at least now when the tyres are cold.
Air got packed on that rear spoiler for the 673 by the 371 of being right behind him. That has allowed Kurt to get to the outside of the Bowen machine right here. He's going to get the run. He's going to get the grab. He's going to be staying side by side, but then Steele vacates that high line briefly, allowing Kurt to get the momentum back here. Gets the position made, crosses over, tries to attack Steele for this next position right here, P4 on the road.
Oh, that was brave. That was brave by Walker cutting down the racetrack. He was clear, but just.
Yeah, very brave indeed. Northway, meanwhile, has a new fastest lap of the race. We're down to 29.2 for lap times here. He is chasing down Justin Morton, who is still just managing things up at the front. He seems very comfortable up there. Northway on the outside looking in for the most part. Well, these two very similar looking cars will ultimately work out single file in the favour of Ryan Steele, 3rd place for the number 12. And now Hayden Kirk says, here I am. Let's see what you've got for me, Mr. James Walker.
Cook wants to get aggressive here, so he's thinking track position. He thinks there's going to be, and you can sort of feel that the tempo of the race has come up. We're now 7 cautions deep for 273 laps. By the way, let's talk about our lap markers and our mile markers to go to the end of the race. 200 miles. That is at the end of lap 300. That'll be so 450 miles complete. My apologies. Yeah, 450 miles. Will be no, I've got my numbers wrong. At the end of lap 300 will be 450 miles complete, 150 miles to go. We've just ticked off right now, I believe. I did some math. I've forgotten what math I did, and now I'm struggling to read it again. That's what's going on in my head right now. I believe, 200 miles to go. We've just ticked off 200 miles to go. I've figured it out. We're good.
Nice. Excellent. Yeah, reminds me of my engineering exam failures. Certainly know that feeling. Well, Robert DeLoach there up ahead of Sam Harper, battling with Ewan Baker for 7th. Baker's done well to hold on to his position in the top 10. 17, Wayne Hutchinson, meanwhile, who came together with Baker, has found his way back up to 11th spot. Good recoveries for the both of them from their respective incidents, and a driver that we've seen on track but never really talked about in this race thus far up ahead here, the 61 of Garen Batten in that sort of neon sort of fusion car. Let's see what the pace difference is between these two. Wayne Hutchison down in the 29s, but Batten 30.055. When do you dial up the aggression in a stint like this? We're coming up on 11 laps completed on these tyres, so they're still very much in their prime phase, but I think now is about the time you start thinking, okay, I'm in this position, I can potentially push it a little further, just don't take too much out of them. You never know when you might need that extra grip.
But Ed had some issues very early on in the race, fell way back in the running order, was trying to manage some damage. It appears he has got that vehicle all fixed up. He is charging his way back up to the field as we take a look at Dean Malt, another driver that we haven't had a chance to discuss much recently because he's just been hanging around in the back. He's currently sitting at the 1 lap down mark in that free pass position, and that's going to be a very important battle at this particular point, since it seems the caution frequency has ticked over slightly.
Dean, the current holder of the lucky dog, when the next caution comes out, if he stays in that position of the lead car a lap down, he'll get that wave around. But now he is behind the 2 middle finger racing cars here. I believe that's Gav Barber and Gavin Cox. 25 and the 555 running in tandem here. So MFR have found that, you know, they're in the wars a little bit at the moment. Dan Stevens was their lead driver and he was running well in the battle for the top 5, but that last caution took him out of contention, at least for now. Brian Scrivener is the next car that he's got a target on, and I think I've just seen Ben Doherty get into the wall. We've noted the damage to his car. It seems like he is down on pace, let our leaders go, and ended up rubbing the safer barrier on his way through.
I don't think he did. I don't think he hit the wall necessarily. He just got really spooked because the speed differential between him and the leaders is pretty massive. His last lap time was a 33.5. In comparison, Justin Morton just ran a 30.4, and that's a pretty massive difference in speed.
Go on board with Ben Doherty. We actually need to have a look at what he's doing down the straightaways. His car is bent.
Oh,
that wheel should not be sitting that far right. It should be sitting a little bit right, but nowhere near that.
Yeah, there is some steering offset that you can put in the suspension to sort of ease your way through those corners, keep the wheel a bit straighter. But yeah, that is way too much right hand down for a track like this. I wouldn't even see that on a short track, honestly. This is not good for Ben Doherty. He might have to bring that one in. This could become a safety issue.
I think this is it's already a safety issue. I think we're beyond that. So,
yeah.
Well, far from the leaders' minds, they're continuing to fight here. Our top 3 altogether: Morton, Northway, and Steele. Northway to the inside here at turn 1. Got the momentum on entry, but Justin Morton up high, straighter car, straighter exit, sooner on the throttle. We'll stick with him. Ryan Steele just looking on at the moment. If I was in his position, I'd just be hanging back and observing.
Yeah, you have a little bit of memories of your prior incident, and meanwhile, you're just going to watch these guys go side by side, giving themselves plenty of space to get around the corner. Morton up high, still able to maintain that run. Meanwhile, Northway dives it deeper into the corner, but he can't hold it down low. That's going to allow Morton to get the better run off of the corner as Doty finally gives up the ghost, brings it in, probably hears us on the side channel. I know a lot of these drivers would like to have the stream up on a secondary monitor, if not listening in on the audio, but that allows Northway to take the lead overall.
It does indeed, and well, he is for now clear of Justin Morton, but as we've seen pretty much every stint thus far, Scott, Northway's pace will run out eventually, and Morton has been able to keep things generally a bit more consistent. I mean, keep an eye on the attitude of the cars there. It almost looks like they're drifting through the corners there, but of course that is an aspect of the chassis offset that we were talking about a bit more at the start of the race. Regardless, you can tell that both of them are driving hard, but Northway may be driving a little bit harder.
Yeah. certainly really trying to activate that race car at this point in time. I mean, he's got to really push because he knows that this is his strong end of the stint, right? So he's got to try and apply some sort of pressure, get these guys to do something. And the other side of the coin is he's leading the race. If a caution comes out, that's exactly what he wants to happen. Get a little short run, get a caution. Get a little short run, get a caution. That's what he's targeting. Coming up on that 150-mile mark at a home, that happens in about 13 laps time and 21 laps on the stint. So that last caution put us much, much closer to a pit window. So again, I just don't know that we are going to get the stint length to get us home. I think Lynn, damn it, Lynn, you were right so much earlier on. We're not going to get the length of time that we need.
But at the same time, it also depends on when the last caution falls.
100%.
If it falls it could be in the next 5 laps. It could never come out. But you can't hope for a caution because half the time you end up being the caution. So I think at this point, you're 23 laps into the stint. You go another 20, 25 laps. That puts you over the lap 310-ish. And then you have some choices. You can either try to run the tank long. You could split it in 2. There's plenty of options available at this point. I would say that I can't pick a winner out of anybody in the top 16 right now.
There's a lot to play for still, and this is one of the things I love the most about every time we run the 600 miler at Charlotte. You genuinely don't know who's going to be at top, who's going to be in contention until a mere few laps from the end. Keeping our eye on the Fusion Dodgers here in the battle for 7th. Baker at the head of this one, but Deloach and Harper keeping their eyes in it. Same for Garen Batten as well, who's had a nice run here in the mid-race, finding himself at the back end of the top 10. Hope I haven't just cursed him. Regardless, there's loads of these drivers here at the back end of the top 10 that have had their dramas over the course of this race, but through playing the strategy, through potentially being saved by their spare cars, they have found that they have the potential for a good points haul here today. See how Batten just straightens out the steering there in the middle of the corner. He's keeping that car straight on the exit, maybe sliding it a little bit, but he's keeping the pace up and staying with those Fusion cars ahead of him. A little bit of a trade of spots between Shane Bowen and Hayden Kirk briefly. It seems like Bowen keeping his spot in the top 5. Hayden Kirk, I think, had a go at him over the course of that last lap or 2.
Kirk's just starting to... He's sort of ebbing and flowing. The tyres are definitely just going on him at the moment. Ryan Steele's actually the fastest car up and inside that top 5, top 10 at the moment. So, again, Steele's just chilling on those tyres. He's watching the guys ahead of him go at it. We are now at the midway point of this run, 27 laps on the tyres at this point. So looking at about 20 laps from now gets us to about lap 313. Well, I'm going to go over to my handy-dandy calculator tool that I did set up a while back. 43 lap stints. Pit window for that timing is lap 314. So 44 and 43 lap stints to the end of the race, basically from here.
Not too far away from that. Just ticked over to lap 294, so we are 20 laps away from that. There's some nice battle packs that have formed, actually. We've still got Northway, Morton and Steele within about half a second of each other. Walker, Bowen and Kirk continuing to fight their way over P4, with Walker having a slight advantage, and then that massive battle for 7th place, which goes all the way back to 12th in the hands of Julian Mookie. Remember when Mookie was a lap down and potentially in contention for Lucky Dog? Well, he's found his way back into a leading lap position, 21 places up from where he started, and he's staring down the barrel of a top 10 finish potentially.
Yep, but still a long way to go. Nearly 160 plus miles left in this race. Something happened to the Baker machine a couple of laps ago that caused him to have to check up, and that allowed the 5 or 6 cars behind him to get closer to the left. Whoa, somebody tagged the wall in the back. Who was that? I believe that was the 17 of Hutchinson. And Harper perhaps maybe as well tagged the wall. A lot of these cars getting closer together. That also means the dirty air effect from these twisted sister bodies are causing themselves to get a case of understeer in the corners. And sometimes if you don't anticipate it, you will tag the wall and you will get a little bit of damage, but it seems like everybody's still going for the time being. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the field, we have some cars in the back of the field thinking about making pit stops. They've tried to go long. There's about 47, 48 laps in, about to come into the pits, but these are for lap down cars. Meanwhile, looking at the Doty machine, I believe he has recovered and brought it back out onto the field, running a 29.857. So he's gotten that car obviously fixed up. You can get it fixed to the garage better than you can out in the road.
Yeah, 5.5 minutes nearly he spent in the box getting that thing repaired. So very little chance, if any, that Doughty's going to make it back to the lead lap from here, but at least he's still in it, and even if he retires from here, he'll still get championship points, which is better than it could have gone for Ben and for anyone in this field, really. That is quite the dive from Wayne Hutchison past Garen Batten, and the Dog Bear car will now be in touch with the Fusion Dodgers.
And again, we're at the midway point on that stint, so above 30 laps now. So the guys have been sitting on their tyres, their cars are starting to come to them. It's probably worthwhile keeping half an eye on what's going on with Northway, because he's still actually running pretty reasonable pace up at the point of the field. He's actually the fastest car up and inside that top 5 yet again. So again, lap times, car pace, everything's just going his way. So he will be very, very happy with how this is working out at the moment.
And the other thing to keep in mind, he's had 300 laps to figure this car out. He's also probably made some chassis adjustments trying to get this thing better suited for the long run, realizing that, you know, he's not going to get the short run cautions that he may have been originally anticipating. So now he's got the car figured out. He's probably got it dialed in for the long run. He's building up a gap late in this run, so if it stays green, he may be looking pretty good.
A lot of potential for that, but it's been a while since we've seen some proper green flag pit stops for the leaders. They've basically only come in under caution the last few times. Hutchison versus Harper now. Wayne continuing to just chip away at this battle, the back end of the top 10. Now in between the Fusion cars, and he may be able to make his way up to Ewan Baker in the next 10 or so laps. Baker's times up the front of this fight, 31.6s. Hutchison doing a 31.5 on that lap. Deloach still holding on to some good pace here, but Hutchison at the very least looking quicker than Harper and Batten, so still very much a factor.
Meanwhile, you see the graphic in the top right corner of your screen. Christian Maccarelli has decided to roll the dice yet again. A 34-lap stint. Comes in early, trying to get the undercut. Gets a pretty average 14.4 second lap time. A far cry from the modern 8-second, 9-second pit stops, which are blazingly quick. But I digress. We're in the 2008s. 14.4 is pretty darn good time for this era of pit stops. So he's going to try to take advantage of those fresh tires, see if he can make up a little bit of ground on the rest of the field.
Here comes Ewan Baker having to go wide there because Rob Deloach is having a go at him into the first turn. And pushing up just a little bit there was Robert. Ewan leaving him just enough space to avoid that becoming another big incident, potentially to bring out a caution. Wayne Hutchison will be liking this. He can pick a line, he can sit behind and maybe swap up high. No, he's had to back out of it in the middle of the corner. That'll bring him under attack from Harper once again. And Harper ultimately failing to get back past, but that run around the outside, he's running it all the way to the wall, leaning on that right rear, and he sweeps past.
Just goes to show that one... Sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
If you've got the tyre, now's the time to start using it, because again, you've already seen cars start to cut to the lane. 40 laps now on the run. We are within a couple laps from everyone diving to the lane.
Speaking of, here comes Dan Stevens into the pit lane. Got up to 13th position. 39 laps complete on that one, and I think, yeah, that's actually around about the same stint length as everyone else. Jake Fox, the real outlier, with 45 laps completed on this stint. Everyone else just ticking over to lap 41 since they last changed tyres. Christian McCrelly up to 18th, and he's chasing down Ray Partridge here for one of the top positions of the cars a lap down. Stevens comes out of the lane just there, and both of them grab the position. However, Partridge at least is probably going to have to give that position back up. McCrelly only having just come out of the pits 4 laps ago, so looks like it'll be between all of those guys for positions just inside the top 20.
And you see Marcarelli is just exiting off turn 4. He's trying to chase down the 31 to Dean Mall, who is just entering turn 1 now in the middle of 1 and 2. Dean Mall running 31.926 at this particular point. Marcarelli ticking over 29.888. And he's going to be chasing down about a 4 to 5 second gap right there. And he's going to be able to do it in a couple of laps. Meanwhile, Jake Fox comes into the pits from the top 10. Going to be cycling his way into this pit stall, gets the job done in, let's see, this is going to be 13 seconds or 14 seconds. It's going to be slow stop, 15 seconds just there. Michael Hogg coming in from the backfield into his pit stall. Those are the only 2 cars currently on pit road right now.
Yeah, I'm interested to see when our leaders are going to come in, because they're continuing to stretch this stint here. They're at 44 laps now. Ewan Baker still having to face off against Rob DeLoach. They got the number 22 MFR car now of Craig Tilson in the midst of it. Tilson, the last running car on the circuit. So that makes things a little bit awkward for all of these guys around him. But 44 laps they're going to complete here at the very front of our field. And we're starting to see that Ryan Steele is lurching forward into the corners versus Robert Northway and staying with him on the exits. I saw him make up a good amount of time there. Ryan Steele, always strong at the end of a stint here. But when are we going to see that call for them to come in? Northway staying tight here, down low. Oh, contact! And into the wall goes the number 12.
And again, he's the victim of this circumstance right here, I would say. It looks like Northway may have just pushed up a little bit on the exit of the corner, and that smacked him, the 12, into the fence. That has caused a little bit of right front damage. That's gonna affect him negatively in the aerodynamic department. Still going at this particular point, but now you have to think about the gambling.
Racing
the 1 and the 9. This is gonna be a interesting replay right here. I think Northway thought about going in immediately at the same time Morton did, and they almost went smack dab into each other.
Well, Morton has the last pit stall before the pit exit, so he doesn't have to worry about any contact there in the fast lane. And a lot of drivers following them in there. We've got Baker and Hutchison in there too. Hayden Kirk jumping in. Have a look at this, Scott. This was an excellent run into the pits from both of these guys. Ryan Steele's going to respond by pitting, but big slide from Justin Morton. That was insane.
And the big thing was that Morton immediately jumped on the radio and said, call it out. That there was no... So normally what happens in real world is the spotters will be going and talking up in the spotting tower, and they'll be saying, hey, we're coming to the pit lane this time. Hey, we're coming to the pit lane this time. That then gets relayed to the drivers. How does that play out in terms of the iRacing sim? Well, the difference is in the sim and iRacing, you don't have spotters to talk that out. What you do have is a direct radio connection to all the other drivers. The drivers normally use that. Northway didn't use that line of communication. It's generally considered a politeness piece, but you don't have to use it. It's optional.
Yeah, and obviously Justin Morton not too happy with that circumstance. So McCrelly going to fall through to the lead of the race here. He was off strategy before, but now 12 laps into his stint, he falls to P1. Northway has managed to come out behind Morton still, but Dan Stevens, pitting 8 laps ago, is now back in the battle for the top 3 here. Now, we may have some more number crunching to do with this new circumstance. First proper green flag pit stop run that we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and that's going to change a lot of circumstances up and starts to really change things up. The critical thing to know is that what can you do in terms of setting your race up from here? Well, 40 lap runs. Whenever all these drivers started to come to the pit lane, Christian McCrelly came in on lap 302. He needs to go 98 laps to get home. Take a line through him. That is 249 lap runs. You cannot make it from there. Everyone else, the next earliest pit at lap 306, that is I believe that's going to be 94 laps to get home from there. That's 247 lap runs. Can you do it? You can, but that's asking a lot. He's the earliest guy that can get home. Everybody else totally fine. They're all in the window.
Well, then we've got an interesting final 83 laps of this race yet to come. Northway absolutely slingshotting past Christian McCrelly to take second on the road back. And the 3 of Daniel Stevens will now face off against Ryan Steele. Question is, did Ryan Steele use his spare car on that pit stop, or did he just get a couple of buff outs done?
From the looks of the 12 machine, just taking a quick look on a drone shot, I think he just had his crew members pull on those fenders a little bit, try to get the clearances off. So he's keeping the spare car in reserve for the time being. Or yeah, I mean, if you get a chance to take a look at it, it's a bit messed up. He gets around Stevens for the 4th position right here, and then he's going to set sights on Macarelli. That little gamble that the 701 attempted there with a 11 lap difference on the pit cycle, not really paying off. He got chased down almost immediately by Morton. Bit like a breakaway in the stage of the Tour de France. Just tried to be a little cheeky, immediately gets chased down by the leaders.
Morton was so quick through the lane as well. He's actually opened himself up a second worth of lead. Remember, him and Northway came in together. So Northway's execution is a little bit lacking on his pit lane entries. That's where Morton's been one of the best. Now, Morton has been generally one of the quicker drivers up and down the field in general, but he has been the #1 car on his way not only into, but through and out of the pit lane as well. So pit lane's where he's dominated everyone.
Yeah, and that can make all the difference, especially on a green flag stop, of which Morton's had to do a couple. So, could that be what ultimately wins him this race? We'll have to keep an eye out. But the gaps have increased thanks to that green flag stop. Steele on his own for now, and it's basically just him in the track as he tries to chase down Northway and Morton. Interesting to note that Northway and Steele's last lap times were identical down to the 1,000th of a second. So that shows you how close the competition is. Here comes Dan Stevens, the next car to fire past Christian McCrelly. 4-lap fresher tyres for Dan Stevens. Of course, Dan maybe in a little bit more trouble in terms of pace with those older tyres than his fellow competitors up the top of the field. Looking to follow him through is James Walker, hitting 8 laps ago. further fresher tyres there, and Shane Bowen not too far behind either.
And that little fight took a bit more out of Stevens than what you might think, because while he was able to get the position, he's immediately going to lose it back to Walker, who is on the same sequence as Morton in Northway, going to be 0.8 of a second of a lap quicker than Stevens here. Dives to the inside, takes the position into turn number 3, and exit out to turn number 4 with a gap, and Walker is going to set sail for the top 2. Somebody scraped the wall behind him, and we'll take a look at it. It's the Bowen machine. 10 laps into a stint, getting every little bit he can out of the track right there. Maybe got a little too close for comfort, but he's currently proceeding onward and upwards as one can expect.
So, last caution fell on lap 264. We're now 61 laps since that last point in time. That means that we are 20 laps away from our longest run without a yellow. So let's keep hoping that we can target those sorts of numbers. Critical to note, as we head into this back phase of the race, now we have one lap number in mind. Your final pit stop, you got to nail it. You got to be the car that makes it to that critical lap number. What's the lap number? You can make it home from lap 352. If I'm a betting man, I want to get to at least 355. Any longer than that is even better. The big thing at the moment is lap 355 is currently 30 laps away. That puts us, for a lot of these drivers that are...
Never mind, caution is out.
Never mind, there we go.
I'm hearing on the radio that something has happened on the backstairs behind these cars. Looks like we are going to be taking a look at the McCrelly machine in the instant space-time rewind replay. I'm guessing it's a case... Well, I don't want to take presumptions here with Reese having momentarily stepped out of the booth. But with his car damaged, that's going to throw the pit cycle all out of whack with 75 laps to go. And now we're going to have a bit of an interesting look. We'll take a look at the space-time rewind. Maybe he just wiped out and was slow. We'll get a little further back in time. Take a look at it right here. Oh, the 231 is right there on his rear bumper. Doink. And backwards he goes.
Well, that was a 62-lap run since the previous caution, so... Well, we got close. Everyone will come to the line. Guess what? Dean Moll, over the last 200 laps, has been desperate to try and get back to the lead lap. As you just get the replay, just picks up the throttle Sam Harper a little bit earlier. Obviously not reading the tyre cycle. But Dean Moll has spent the last 200 laps trying to earn his way back onto the lead lap. He got there. And at a pretty critical point in the race as well, he can go back racing from here.
Yeah, this is the time to get the lucky dog at this particular point. So he's going to get a free pit stop. Yes, he will have to restart behind everybody else in the field, but if he gets another quick caution, he'll be right back up in the mix with them as we welcome Reese back into fold. Is the kitty doing okay?
Yeah, it wasn't the kitty. It was another family member who needed a door unlocked. So, yeah, that is the reason for me just coming in and being surprised that we are under caution. So I'll do my own research as to how that went down so I can get caught up.
Well, that ruined it. We're on. We can no longer break the longest margin between cautions today, so that will be at 81 laps. Will be that longest run. We don't have that time length left to the end of the race from here.
So we'll be getting a replay very shortly, and I've just seen it on my end as well. Sam Harper, Christian McCrelly, and Christian getting a bit loose, coming down low. That kills his speed through the corner, and Harper tries to slow it down, but then it's not quite enough. Around Christian went, that triggered the caution, and so Sam Harper has the end of line penalty.
Hey Scott, can I break your calculator again?
It's completely melted down. There is no calculator left. I'll be buying a new one come Monday.
It's just plastic and metal now.
Okay, how about I break your abacus then? So let me give you another number to consider right here, going to the end rate. So we have 71 laps to go, probably going to be 70 laps to go on the restart. The number that's popping to mind right now is lap 396. And the reason that's popping up for me is, in this particular event, there are no green-white checkers. So there is a point at which the caution comes out that we don't get this race back going again, and that's probably going to be about 396, unless we get some major cooperation between all the lap down cars, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Take a look at those stats with this event right here. So the reason I bring that up is, if you really, really wanted to roll the dice, you could try to undercut by about 4 or 5 laps, try to get yourself into the lead around 396 and gamble on a caution maybe.
Interestingly, my strategy from here is we're actually going to go green here with, I think, we'll go green with 70 left on the clock. We are 4 laps away from 100 miles to go. So break that up. It's going to be about 58-ish, 54 to 58 miles on 2 even runs here. Look, coming at the end of doing a 30-lap run and then a 40-lap run to home is aggressive, but you can do it. I'd be looking to go, let's say, 32 and a 38 to get home.
See, I'm thinking if I was a betting man, I would say maybe Mookie, maybe Steele, maybe Harper, maybe Bull. Try to pin it around lap 350 as the pace car pulls off for the not a restart.
All right, away we
You're
go.
a brave man.
This is certainly going to be interesting, isn't it? A lot of potential permutations, right? But one thing that is for sure is Justin Morton has once again gotten the restart he needs, and Robert Northway is right on the power here, but Dan Stevens is trying to come and get him here. Northway covers it, goes to the inside of Walker to try and go for second spot, and Northway is clear of Walker. Dan Stevens, meanwhile, losing a spot there to Ewan Baker, who himself is on the charge. It looks like a big push here from KSR Speed Nation.
And that turn 1 barrier, and the words James Walker have not gotten along all night. Now it's going to be on for Bowen as he gets to the outside here on Garen Batten. He'll get the nose ahead as they jump down into 3 and 4, and Bowen's going to try and grab 2 for 1. Gets to the outside. Stevens on the low line. Will he get the driver for 1 and 2? The outside on the main straight, and it's going to be the 3 and the 673 going toe to toe.
Look at how deep Bowen goes into the corner there. He wants to be ahead. Yeah, he wants to be ahead at that midpoint, and then he can set it up for the exit. But Stevens is proving a very tough customer here on the inside. You know, it's once again all been equalized here. Fresh sets of tires for everybody, apart from Jason Lottridge, Dwayne Burns, and Jonathan Ben, who are a lap down or more. Ben Doughty as well on 12-lap-old tires. But 6 laps done on this set, a lovely fresh set for these guys, and Bowen ultimately completing the move there on Stevens. Ryan Steele trying to fight back into the top 10. Meanwhile, got Robert Deloach for very close company, but backs out coming into turn 3. Looks like, yeah, still... Oh, hello. That's a bit loose there for the 235. They're back level as they come out of turn 4, Lynn.
Sometimes it pays to back off a little bit. Let the car in front of you make a little bobble, and that allows the Steel machine to get around Robert Deloach for that 10th position, back into the top 10. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Dan Stevens charging his way back down the backstretch into turn number 3 with Batten close behind as we get a change for the lead right here. Northway gets around Morton for the first.
Yeah, first place for the Kiwi, Robert Northway, but Morton looking to try and fight back here, it almost seems like. Moving around a bit in Northway's mirrors. For now, though, one thing we know for sure about Morton is, yeah, he might not be the paciest at the start of a stint, but he's able to just doggedly persist. He's able to keep the average pace up without burning through his tires like Northway and now Baker seem to be doing. yeah, they might have done some work in the pits on the cars at KSR to get them better on the long runs, but I think the basic attribute of their setup is still that it is fastest at the start of the stint. We're going to have to wait a few more laps before we start to see the favour go back to Morton's hands.
And a critical lap number on this, it's about lap 24, lap 25. So that's still about 16 laps away that we've got before we get to that point. Just keeping an eye on probably the fastest driver on the long run tonight. It's been a toss-up, James Walker, Ryan Steele. Ryan elected to stay on pit lane for a very long period of time under that most recent caution. Damage repair, damage repair, damage repair. There was guys under the car that were kicking the fender out. He wants every aerodynamic surface working his way. But now he's getting aggressive on the long run. He's given up some of that long run pace to go track tires down, go get some track position back. That might be the longest pit stop we see from Ryan Steele to the end of the race. He may just say from here on out, what I've got is what I've got. I've got to hang on to my track position. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah. Monitor the number 12, monitor the battle for the lead as well, because Ewan Baker has gotten past Justin Morton up to second spot, and here comes James Walker to try and grab third place too. How does Morton respond to all of this? You know, it was all well and good letting these guys go early on in the race when we still had, 500, 400 miles left to run in the race, but we're only going to have 60 laps remaining on this one. That is 90 miles remaining in this race. So, yeah, I mean, the pressure is starting to mount. I don't know if Morton will be able to play the same game that he has been playing for the majority of this race. McCrelly, meanwhile, around the outside of Jake Fox to get back into the top 10. It's been a long, hard road for Christian McCrelly, but he's back on strategy with the leaders.
Yeah, and when you're a lead car like Justin Morton has been for most of the evening, it is extremely tempting not to touch that car because you're afraid of making a mistake and hampering your performance. But at the same time, everybody else gets to try and change their car, make improvements, try to get to where you are now. So now that Morton is in that chasing position, he has to start thinking about, what do I change on my car? Do I change the wedge? Do I make an air pressure adjustment potentially on this final stop? Try to get my position back.
Yeah, will the aggression go up or down for Morton? Will it stay the same? Will Wayne Hutchison be able to find his way past Shane Bowen for sixth here? It looks like Bowen a little bit loose on exit there, Scott.
I don't think it was loose. I think that was an intentional lock. Bowen made a play for a lot of track position. He was up and he was on the outside of Dan Stevens, and he was looking to grab that spot away. I think he did that aggressively. I think he thought we were going to get a short run and a caution. We're inside of the flag. That temperature in the seat starts to ratchet up. That racecraft starts to go out the window a little bit. Now the drivers just think, I've just got to have one thing. Track position, track position, track position, strategy position, all out the window. They're all on even tires. Hutchison has just flicked a switch. He's now the fastest car on that most recent lap. You'll lose a little bit on this one, keeping an eye on a couple drivers. Morton, Walker, their pace is... Walker's got the best 5-lap average pace, or he just did. The driver that just pipped him, Wayne Hutchison.
Wow, interesting stuff. I believe it's Neil Crompton who talks a lot about buying a ticket to the end of the Bathurst 1000. Well, I think the same philosophy applies here, as now Morton under attack from Walker and actually trying to get back past Ewan Baker, it seems, as I recalibrate my brain. Northway starting to break away from everyone here, 6/10 the gap. It has been such a long preparation here. This entire race has effectively been a preparation for this last stint. It's all about getting yourself in the best position for it. Who has done the best job so far?
And we may not know the answer for quite a bit yet. Meanwhile, Baker being passed by Justin Morton there, but immediately gets right in his slipstream, trying to pack the air on that rear spoiler, trying to get Morton loose. Not able to do so. Morton's able to scoot out, and I think we're going to see the long run pace of the Morton machine come back into play here as Dwayne Burns comes into the pits from the midfield. That may be the strategy call that gets him a few more positions. That's about 54.
Nah, that's practically impossible. Yeah. Yeah, Burns is not going to be able to get home from here. He'll have to do a splash and dash, maybe hope for a caution, but we'll have to wait and see how likely that is. For now, Burns comes out of the pit lane alongside that second place battle between Morton and Baker, and Wayne Hutchison rounding up Daniel Stevens for 5th place. Side by side on the way out of the pits there, that's Burns that has just come out, and well, he's made life a little bit difficult for those two. Have to sort themselves out. Hutchison staying behind Stevens for the time being, and Burns with the freshest tyres in the field will probably make short work of getting around these leaders.
So that'll take Burns. He's at 3 laps down at the moment. That'll take him back to 2. It's very, very critical for his race that he does get back to 2. Just had a quick look at his race strategy. He took a wave by. He was at 48 laps on the stint. That's as far as he could have gone. He has run a 49-lap stint on the race, so it is possible. Your window to get home, 3:51. He was just a couple laps shy. There was nothing he could have done. He ran everything he had at it to try and stay at 1 lap down. Didn't get the caution this time. He's just been on the back foot all day. He's just had to try and play his way back in, play his way back in, play his way back in. Another driver that's looking to try and play themselves back in at the moment, Hayden Kirk, is at 1 lap down currently, sits in the lucky dog position. Next caution, he will run this car dry. He is looking for a caution. That is his singular path back into the race. He has to be there when it opens up. Ray Partridge, Jason Lottridge are the other 2 attempts. That's sort of the strategy that we're looking at this point in time. Hutchison, just keep an eye on him. I'm just thinking Hutchison might be in a really, really good window. Walker, those are the sort of the guys. And Ryan Steele, his pace has started to fade. He got aggressive. We talked about it. His pace is starting to fall off. So he did try and go for some track position. It's not worked for him.
Yeah, 31.4, nearly a 31.5 on the previous lap. Far and away the slowest car in the top 13, which are all within a second of each other here as we finally reach 50 laps to go in the World 600, round 4 of the International Division of the Majors Series. Keep an eye on Shane Bowen here, trying his best to stay in touch with Hutchison, who is looking mighty pacey, but Bowen is even pacier, 31.1 versus a 31.212 for Wayne Hutchison. It's only a matter of hundredths of a second, but it can be worth something, especially at this late stage of the race.
And it may be a game of thousandths by the time we get to lap 400. But at the same time, you spend a little here, you have to save a little bit later. So meanwhile, we have the 673 trying to close back in, trying to retake this position. This is a battle pack of 4 between 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, trying to get everything they can in this bracket before the inevitable pit stop. Meanwhile, take a look up ahead at the 34 machine of Ewan Baker, looking back at Walker. Obviously trying to figure out how they're going to get this going.
Big marker, boys. We just ticked on a lap 3:53. Pit window open. Final stop of the day, coming your way.
Yes, yeah, this is about the maximum stint length that we've seen, about 47, 48 laps. So the question remains, who's going to be the first to blink here? Basically everyone, all the way down to Ray Partridge, a lap down, is on the same strategy, same amount of distance covered on this stint. So who is going to dip down low first? Keep an eye out. We'll probably be taken by surprise. Will it be one of our leaders? Will it be someone in the back end of the top 10 trying to get an undercut of some description? They all managed to tour past pit lane without making moves down low. James Walker still edging ever closer to Ewan Baker. This is such an intense battle, and keep an eye on Dan Stevens and Wayne Hutchison as well. They might be a little bit slower, only by half a tenth or so, but they are still very much in this fight for the podium.
So as we get further into the run, now you're starting to imagine some of these guys may go long and try to make their last run short, optimize it for what their car is. Obviously, Northway checking out to about a half a second lead is probably got the best all-around car at the moment. But other cars in the back could easily pick up a couple of seconds if they choose to pit earlier.
a look at how they ride the bumps here over the classic version of Charlotte that was originally scanned for iRacing in 2008. The track, of course, looks mighty different now, and the surface is a bit different. AstroTurf down on the quad oval as well, but this is Charlotte as it was, and we absolutely love it, the way the drivers have been tackling these bumps and the rise up over the tunnel into turn one, those bumps on the exits as well as you come off the banking. It's a treacherous place.
Yeah, it is. Patience is required, setting the car appropriately, working within your margins. You know, a driver I'm just starting to keep an eye on as this run's gone on and on and on was actually a driver we barely talked about thus far in terms of long run pace. Dan Stevens has been a little bit here, a little bit there. He's had an okay car, but no point have I actually ever looked at Dan and gone, I think he's one of the quicker cars right now. Just having a quick look, his name is starting to climb those rankings. A couple laps ago, he was the fastest 5-lap average, but everyone is so tight. We're down to hundredths of a second covering the entire, everyone all the way back to Shane Bowen is in the 31.3s in terms of the average 5-lap average. Bowen was the only car in the 2s.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Lockridge is going to be the first to make his final pit stop of the day. 45 laps completed on that stint. Makes sense that he'd be coming in then. But we'll see if that works things out for him as time goes on. 41 laps remaining for our leaders as it's on for third again. James Walker had a little look at Ewan Baker in turns 3 and 4.
And Morton is closing in the gap slowly to Northway. My timing and scoring keeps flipping back and forth between deciding which of these cars is going to be the eventual winner, but still a lot of racing left to go. Another 40 laps left to write down. The Ben machine has come into the pits, also at the end of a fuel run, looking back from the Baker machine at James Walker, still running as hard as they possibly can at this particular point. I don't think any of these cars are going to be trying to save any fuel to try to make this last stop any shorter.
I love that angle, seeing how close they run to the wall as here comes James Walker up the inside of Ewan Baker, but Ewan up top will have the straighter car on the exit. Does he have the grip in the rear tyres to get it done? They almost come together off the exit of 4, Scott.
Yeah, and Ewan was up high, crested the bump. There is a bump as you come off a 4 there, and he was loose. Dan Stevens is in behind these guys. He's just breathing the throttle a little bit early. Look at them all packing up. Ewan is the cork in the bottle. Walker has got the pace, but he's got to clear him. And Ewan's not going to give him. This is the biggest thing about Ewan. He's an aggressive racer. He gets the elbows out. A lot of times it gets him in trouble, but right now I'm actually really enjoying watching this because he knows he's got the weaker car, but he's defending nicely. You normally say the preferred line is the bottom, but at a lot of these tracks on the longer run, you want to keep the momentum. And Ewan's keeping the momentum off the top, but it's stalling it. He's got to stay on his outside. If he stays on his outside on corner exit, they'll be even heading into 4.
Yeah, that's a good run down the back stretch for Ewan, and there's still some overlap. If he carries a bit more speed into the corner, then Walker will have to yield just on the power slightly earlier. You can see that Stevens, Hutchison and Bowen are still finding their way towards the front of this one. Baker was almost clear there. He could have dipped down and protected the inside from Walker, but that would have been a very risky move to make. Both of these guys are playing this really well right now.
If I'm Wayne Hutchinson, I'm pinning this time. He's just dropped to the back end of this pack. There's no one in behind him. I want to sneak off to the pit lane if I can because the leaders have caught traffic.
Yeah, this is the appropriate time, I reckon. But Hutchison doesn't go for it. None of them want to be the first to blink here, it seems.
But the thing they have to keep in mind, this side-by-side battle, it may look exciting, but it's costing them time. They're losing anywhere from half a tenth to a tenth of a second every lap to the Northway and Morton machines up ahead. That gap has grown from a 1.5 to 2 seconds, and they barely get around the lap cars right there. That's going to send the 34 up into the marbles. He's barely going to hang on. He's going to get pinned behind the 29. And as you said, Scott, here comes the Hutchison machine.
That was so tight. with Ewan Baker and James Walker. Hutchison and McCrelly both make their way into the lane. They're going to be the ones that we need to watch. Walker has gotten past Baker, but I tell you what, you talk about threading the needle. Both of those guys had to get past the lap car of Michael Hogg on the way into turn 3, and there was barely anything in it. I was fully expecting a crash out of that, but they got away with it.
Stevens is coming to the lane, so here they all come. Ewan Baker's on his way in as well. Here it comes, the money stop. Can't make a mistake. Baker's loose on the way to the pit lane. Did he speed? He saved it, but did he speed?
Oh, that's the question. Is there a black flag? No, he's good. He's good. But he would have cost himself a few tenths on the run through the pit lane there thanks to that slide and getting that recovered. That could be the difference maker here.
Yeah, Garen Batten in behind followed them in as well. He was starting to creep up on that group. I think Hutchison, remember how I said Hutchison just needs to sneak off here on his own? That was the critical factor. Snuck into the lane on his own. Got a clear run in. The problem is, have a look at his onboard shot. The track ahead of him is gummed up. There is nowhere for Hutchison to take these tyres and make them work.
Oh, he's going to have to back off. He's going to have to compromise himself somehow. Well, Rob DeLoach getting out of the pits there. Hutchison going to find his way past Stevens as well. And Robert Northway is going to respond here. Justin Morton continues on.
That Baker machine was about 53 miles an hour entering pit road, squealing on the brakes. Is that car sideways? And that's a caution.
Oh, Dean Moll doing the 360 no-scope to get it back rolling. But that is a critical time for the caution to come out.
Oh, that's ruined a cracker. They're all a lap down. They're all a lap down. Hayden Kirk is going to get the lucky dog, and he will get a freebie by my timing. So he gets a free kick to get back on the lead lap and pit. Ewan Baker, Wayne Hutchison, McCrelly, Dan Stevens, Ray Partridge, Deloach, Garen Batten, I think have all just pit. They've all just come out just off the lead lap. They'll be forced to take the wave by. They lose track position. We had, for a moment there, 9 cars on the lead lap. We're about to have 18 on the lead lap. That's how many cars got trapped in the middle of that cycle.
Wow. Yeah, and it was all started with Christian McCrelly and Dean Moll having a little tappy-tap. McCrelly, of course, on those fresh tyres. Dean Moll approaching the end of his stint. There was a big pace difference between the two of them, but the 701 just got on the power a little too early. Keep an eye on this. So Moll making his way through, getting compromised by traffic. Here comes McCrelly from behind. Moll a little bit low on speed. McCrelly gets on the power and just tags Moll just a little bit, and then Stevens comes in and finishes the job.
And that's new versus old tyres. That's all that was.
Man. There's some end-of-line penalties that are going to be coming in very shortly. Christian McCrelly has been given the end-of-line for that because I guess he started the sequence of events that led to that caution. But now everything resets somewhat under this caution with 30 laps to go. Rob Northway finds himself in 10th place here behind the safety car. And Morton and Walker making their way halfway around the lap here. It's classing Morton and Walker as in the lead, a lap ahead.
So
at least
how it's going to reset is, yeah, how it's going to reset. It'll be Northway, Baker, Hutchinson, Stevens. McCrelly's probably not going to get a wave around here because he's got that EOL to deal with.
Yeah.
Deloach, Batten, maybe Partridge, because Partridge is at the very end of a fuel stint, and Scrivener will all have an opportunity to take wave arounds here. So they'll be able to get back onto the lead lap. And then it might be an issue for Partridge because he's going to have to immediately jump into the pits with his to be able to make this work. But in the meantime, that is now going to put a lot of fresh tires up at the front and a lot of slow tires in the back, and there's potentially going to be a log jam here as we get a restart at about maybe 27 laps to go.
There's 8 cars in the lead. You're going to have a very... So remember, anyone who takes a wave by here goes single file longest line. I think about half the field just got waved by.
And currently, 16 cars are on the lead lap. Last of them is Brian Scrivener. I'll tell you what, that caution massively benefited Jake Fox and Julian Mookie. They now sit 3rd and 5th.
It's a great spot. I think
those guys were like both of them were a lap down or more at one point in this race, and they were fighting towards the sort of back end of the top 10. They were a little bit off strategy to the others, and now they find themselves in contention for victory.
Yep, and we've seen earlier in the race, some of these leaders get too close to one another, they spin each other out. All of a sudden, you have a whole new cast of characters at the front. They may be supporting characters right now, but you get one lucky incident, and then all of a sudden, you're the protagonist of the story.
Oh boy, this is this is the most tense period of the race, right? And it could go either way. You know, we could have 26 laps. I believe we'll start with 26 to go. 26 laps of green flag racing all the way to the end. Or we could have a case of cautions breeding cautions. Drivers could get a bit too tense. They could make mistakes here at this late stage of the race.
Ewan Baker's just been rear-ended on a caution.
Oh dear.
Wayne Hutchison hit him.
Okay. Interesting.
At the end of lap 372, coming into 3 and 4. So what was happening is because we had a whole bunch of lead lap and lap down cars all mixed up and shuffled up, Baker was trying to catch back up to where he should be in the queue. And you had a lot of cars where no one was really quite all that sure where they should have been. And it was all caused by the fact that we had McCreely. Remember the 701 car got that end of line penalty. That's the end where it ended up, but it's all caused because McCreely's trying to let everyone go because he's got an end of line penalty.
Yeah, so I think, there we go. Oh no.
So that's the 701? That's McCreely, just the left-hand side of that shot. So everyone's checking up because no one knows. Everyone's basically been waved past McCreely one by one. So no one's getting the instruction to go past them, so everyone's waiting. Is effectively what's happened. The iRacing instruction that's coming to you in sim at that point in time is follow the car ahead. Well, the car ahead gets up to McCreely, and then it says pass McCreely. Okay, sweet. So it's effectively one by one that's being released here. And everyone's trying to get their lap back, and there's nothing Hutchison can do because he's expecting these guys to mostly be at speed, and they're doing 260 k's an hour when they get there. That's not on... As much as that's on Hutchison, if we're in the real world, he would be getting fed spotter instructions the whole way around to say, hey, we've got to check up on this section of the racetrack. We're not in the real world. He's not getting those instructions. And you're in a sim. You just need somebody else in the sim, and he doesn't have that. There's no fault on Hutchison there, which is difficult. That's a shame.
It is. Hutchison and Baker... They could have both been solid contenders for victory, but now they'll both have damage. How much that damage affects them in this last stint remains to be seen. But they sit at the back end of the top 10 here with lights off on the pace car. We are going to be going green here with 25 laps to go. And it's the same players up the front as it was at the very start. Justin Morton and James Walker, your front row. But we have Jake Fox and Julian Mookie joining the party here. Drivers that we didn't think were going to be even in contention for the win. But oval racing be as oval racing do. And I can't wait for the power to be put down here.
I'm really apprehensive about this restart because normally we would be going green already a couple of laps in, but this caution has been extended several times by the stewards, and these guys are going to be antsy, and it'll be like it's regular sports ball. If it's a lot of penalties late in the game, everybody's going to be hyped up. Pace car is going to pull off. We're going to find out whose nerves have been frayed.
Indeed we shall. Big single file row of cars at the back here, but oh my god, Mookie spinning around on the restart. And the caution is immediately back out. That was disastrous for Julian Mookie. He just got on the power too hard.
Probably, if I had to wager, he didn't take the time to get the tires cleaned off or warmed up, and as soon as he went to the gas pedal, probably shifting from second into third gear, spun that rear tires, and he went around. What do you think, Scott?
He missed a shift. Watch his dash. Watch the tacho. Watch the tacho. Gets up to 9, 10,000 right there. Can't get it through the shift. He's either money shifted and gotten very lucky the engine didn't explode, or he's missed a shift. I think he's missed a shift.
Yeah, looks like it might be. We're going to watch it again here. So, coming up to...
The problem is you need a driver's eye view. The tacho over this is a terrible angle. But watch the tacho. There you go. That's a much better shot. Watch the 10K marker.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it looks like a missed shift. And then when it banged up into the next gear, suddenly I think there was too much torque going through the drivetrain.
Yeah.
And it overwhelmed the grip of the rear tires there. Oh, man. Such a horrible error to make. And unfortunately for Shane Bowen, it looks like it might have cleaned him up a bit, because Mookie goes for that spin and gets right across the front of Bowen, and that's a pretty hefty impact.
Yep, he's bringing it down pit road. He wants to get this examined by his pit crew. There is a obvious dent in the nose, same as with the 17 under that previous caution, so he may or may not still have his faster pair. I mean, it's been so long. Who knows who has what left here? And from the looks of things, that car didn't magically fix itself. I think he's going to have to spend some time to manually fixing this thing.
Major shame. And it means that the action takes another pause, just for a moment. Wave around for Christian McCrelly. Round he will come to regain a spot on the lead lap, and now Ray Partridge finds himself in the lucky dog position.
Lynn, I've got a question for you. How much effort did you put into polishing that crystal ball today? Because it has been immaculate. I'm just thinking about lap 396.
It's just experience, truth be told. I mean, there's no real crystal ball. I can imagine.
Give away our secrets, Lynn. Stop giving away the secrets of the commentary box. We all have crystal balls. They're all polished. They're all shiny. We just choose when to use them.
My one gets attacked by magpies every spring. That's how shiny it is.
I was gonna say I picked up a shiny new crystal ball the other day in the repo game. Have y'all played that yet?
I know of it.
Oh come on! We got at some point we have to get all the commentators together. We got to go play that. That will be massive amounts of fun. But yeah, I got a shiny new crystal ball over there. So, anyways, we are coming to 21 laps to go on this restart. There is a potential for up to 4 or 5 more cautions here, but I hope not, because I would like to see this finish on the green.
As would I. As would I think everybody. Well, regardless, we're going to have 21 laps to go here at the line.
Oh, hey, do you see who's in 5th?
I do. It's Dean Moll in the 31. How's he going to play this as Justin Morton finds his way to the line here in the lead? Oh, at the back there. Who's that that's turned around? No caution.
The 35. There's nobody to check. No, now it is. Yeah.
Robbie Bradbury and Michael Hogg. Oh my God, what on earth has gone on here? So something happened. There was a checkup at the rear. Oh, quite the checkup, and it was between the Fusion Dodgers of Robbie Bradbury and Jason Lottridge. It looks like Ray Partridge may have started a bit of a concertina, or was it Dwayne Burns? And yeah, well, the accordion effect plays its little ditty, and unfortunately that puts an end to yet another restart.
Okay, so that has done a couple of different things. First off, Lottridge ends up passing the 35 to the left. That is a no-no under the restart procedure. So he's He currently has a black flag to serve on the restart that he's currently appealing. Second, Ray Partridge most likely has a chained incident point involved with his caution. That most likely has shifted the free pass back to the 28 of Clint Day. That would potentially put him from 2 laps down to 1 lap down. So there a lot of things happened on that little restart that is going to shuffle things all the way around.
Too much for my brain to process.
It is late in the going.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a better time of day for us than it is for you, Lynn.
Yeah, it's about 4:51 my time in the morning, but as the saying goes, it's race time, so who cares? Macarelli and Steele will take an opportunity here to come into the pits. Steele obviously is going to need some damage repair. Macarelli, with 16 laps on his tires, also potentially going to be getting some damage repair, so potentially going to be trying to work their way through.
And Partridge, in spite of all of that, has gotten the lucky dog. So he's finding his way through around this next lap. We'll go back to the incident here, potentially, and maybe go on board with Partridge and see exactly how this worked out for him.
The thing with Space-Time Rewind is it's weird.
We somehow come into possession of the Doctor's TARDIS, which is famously unreliable. Regardless, Partridge is the dog that is lucky. Round he will go. And now, I think in one singular moment as well, Jake Fox managing to get up to 3rd as well on this restart too. Sam Harper back up to where he started the race in 4th. It has been a long and hard road back to there.
Okay,
we'll see.
And now
we can get a green flag running.
At the moment, our current record is about 1/10 of a lap. If we could at least get to turn 1, we at least get some racing action. There is a disagreement in the back between the 0-3 and the 8 over who gets to go where. I mean, they both technically have EOLs. Lottridge from penalty, Ray Partridge from Lucky Dog. They're figuring it out. Pace car is pulling off one more time. Back over to you, Bruce.
All right. On the power early for Justin Morton. Away he goes. And we'll see if there's any incidents on the way to the first turn here. It doesn't look like there will be. A little bit of understeer for Jake Fox, who finds himself in P3 in the Kingsman 08. Round the outside. Massive run from, it looks like, the KSR car there. Hayden Kirk down to the... Whoa! 3 wide, massive crash. Garen Batten involved in that. Shane Bowen and Daniel Stevens. Oh, it's triggered a follow-on. Jonathan Ben, I think, might have been involved in that too.
And
oh, God. Yeah. So it was a coming together, the 3 wide with Batten in the middle, as they prepared to turn in for turn 3. Bowen, I think, might have come down just a little bit, and that was a bit of contact with Batten. And Stevens had nothing to do with it, really. Here's the replay. So they're all boxed in here. Batten thinks, okay, now it's time for me to go for the move. But then, up top, Bowen turns in for the 3rd corner, and that's all she wrote.
Okay, in this case, I will give away a little bit of the secret, so give me a minute here, Scott. If I was the Stevens car in that situation, I would be extremely defensive. I would be hugging that white line on the far inside for all it's worth. Because when those cars do come together eventually, that extra 6 inches that I have on the far inside is going to be enough to get me through that wreck. But unfortunately, it's late in the going. You may be inclined to keep the pressure up, and yeah, that's a massive explosion of cars, and that's going to be yet another restart for Morton to have to survive.
Just so much going on there. I'm just watching it back. All of it's... The other difficult factor is there's a few cars that have been involved in quite a few number of wrecks at the moment. I don't have access to the maximum incident point tally. Great avoidance there. Oh, I thought it was for then. But 55 incident points gets you a DQ. There's no incident point count penalty. At that point, you just get DQ'd. Race over.
Correct.
And there's a chance that we've got some guys coming up on that. I don't
Believe it or not, no.
Really?
Okay, so as the quote-unquote czar of the majors, I have admin access, so I have access to the incident reports. The current top number, you want to take a wild guess at it, Scott?
25.
Higher.
32.
Close. The correct answer is 37. That is the 22, who is currently many, many laps down, just not having a very good day. Thankfully, it is hosted, so his safety rating's not going to be affected. The next closest is 20, and that's currently shared by the 744 and the 39.
Well, those are far better numbers than I was expecting.
I agree.
I mean, to be fair, we have been spending quite a bit of time under green, so with more green flag running, the less opportunities there is to get 4Xs here.
True. We also see that Wayne Hutchison has been given a drive-through penalty from race control for that contact that we saw under, I don't know if it was the previous caution or one of the previous cautions, sending Ewan Baker almost doing a stoppie 2 cautions back. So race control on board with that one, and Hutchison deemed at fault. We're waiting for the lights to turn off on the pace car and see if we can get this green flag run going with projecting 12 laps to go here. Do the lights turn off on the pace car this time around? They do. We'll be going green at the end of this one. 12 to go.
Coming to the conclusion of the 12th caution. I mean, they're starting to pile up. We're going to be restarting with 12 laps to go. It's about 3 or 4 laps every caution. We are very quickly running out of laps here. I hope we get it green, but I said that last time, and yeah, we saw that what happened there.
Indeed. We have to say goodbye to Scott Rankin. He has another show coming up that he has to get to. This race has run quite some time. We're coming up on about 4 hours of in-race time. So he is hoping we can get this one done. As our producer Dan Yeaman said just a few moments ago behind the scenes, pack it up, lads. Let's get it going. Justin Morton and James Walker, they were your front row. The very start of this race, 388 laps ago. Coming down to start lap 389, the green flag flies, and that's a pretty good response to the start from Sam Harper. He's going to stay there with Walker and Morton. Can Jake Fox hold on in 4th place? Maybe not if Robert Northway has anything to say about it. He sweeps around the inside, and it looks like Fox almost gets pincer moved by the KSR cars. Ewan Baker on his way through. He's going to get a little push from his teammate Hayden Kirk. Here's the charge from KSR. We've seen it on every restart, but oh no! Harper gets sent into the wall, and oh, Jake Fox now sends Kirk into the wall, and McCrelly absolutely pile drives Kirk. It's the big one!
How many cars have just flown through the air? I will never believe if you told me the answer, but that took out a ton of cars. We suddenly go from 17 cars on the lead lap to 6 of them having meatballs. Wayne Hutchinson has yet to serve his black flag penalty. He's going to be hanging on to that for dear life.
My God. So here are the cars with mechanical black flags. Ewan Baker, Brian Scrivener, Matt Chalker, Sam Harper, Hayden Kirk, Shane Bowen, Christian McCrelly. There's a few very heavy hitters in that list.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure quite a few of them have already taken their spare cars, so these guys are going to basically be functionally out of this race. They will have good points finishes because it will take, I don't think I think the furthest they could fall back is maybe 27th position. There is the Doty car still running around 13 laps down, but again, a lot of cars taking big hits in that one, and that just jumbles everything up.
You're telling me. So in the pits is Baker, McCrelly, Harper, Fox, Kirk, Bowen and Scrivener are towed back to the pits. Stevens and Johnson still in the lane. Matt Chalker in the lane. Stuart Elder went in the pits 6 minutes ago and hasn't come out since. My God, that was very messy. How's the avoidance there from, was that Ray Partridge?
Yeah, sometimes just better to be lucky than good, and Partridge was very lucky to get through that with relatively unscathed. That's going to put him up into the 8th position. But take a look at it from his onboard, and I have to imagine he's exhausted here. He's in the Northwest. It's 3 a.m. for him. Dives into the grass. It is okay to take the 1X there. It just slides right by the grass, just perfectly allowing him to slip away through. And this is a lesson for you. This is a lesson for you rookie iRacers. Take another look through his eyes right here. If you're facing a situation like this, it's okay to take this 1X through the grass. You drive through it. You miss all of the cars. Your vehicle is still intact. You live to race another time.
Yeah, I mean, would you rather take a 1X or 4X if you had to make the choice? Is the basic point of that. But waiting to see who gets absolutely destroyed in this one, and I think it's Hayden Kirk. So he was trying to give Ewan Baker a push. How did this even start? It was Baker on Harper, and then Kirk tries to, he tried to slow up, but Jesus, Mary and Joseph. That was some ARCA brakes there from Christian McCrelly, and he gave Harper a bit of a run as well. So this is McCrelly's view of it. I mean, there's a part of me that goes, maybe he was trying to slow down a little bit, and it just happened way too quickly for him. But I'm out of words, Lynn. This race has been turned on its head multiple times, and even more happened further back. Sam Harper? What on earth? So this was after the initial contact. So in comes Baker on the inside. Harper tries to go down low, but Baker's there. Harper gets into the wall, and then he's trying to hold the brakes, but they're coming in at such a high speed. Surely they would know that there was an incident ahead.
It took a little bit for the caution to come out, because I don't think it detected until the 371 got sideways on the exit of the
doesn't the spotter have lines that tell you if there's an incident ahead? Surely they would have heard that.
It would only fire if it was at the 371, and yeah, that's just a really bad place to be at that particular point. Shockingly, we are at 1 to go for another restart. It is going to be 7 laps to go, and yeah.
I felt that in my gut.
If I had to wager, Reese, that is hitting the not top 10 list. I guarantee you.
Yeah, that was a massive, massive crash. Well, 7 laps to go. Can we make it these final 7 laps under green? Please, please, God. All right, Justin Morton. Off to a good start, but not as good of a start as all of his other restarts from the lead. James Walker holding on and keeping him very honest. We've become used to Justin Morton skipping away, but it hasn't happened this time. Northway still in 3rd, Deloach still in 4th. Hayden Kirk has somehow survived and stayed in 7th. Partridge and Mole trading places behind him there. But Hayden trying to chase down Julian Mookie to get himself further into the top 6. Robert Northway has joined the party for the lead of the race. He is right on the tail of James Walker, and he's going to the outside. He is trying to line up this straight line run out of turn 2 to make the move at turn 3. We're going to have 5 to go at the line. And you know what? Northway's pace on restarts has been evident all night, and I think this is where he's going to make the best use of it.
That bell you hear tolling in the distance indicates that there's another caution. 5 laps to go. There is entirely a possibility this is a 1-lap restart. We look at the 22 again, getting into an incident. That brings his count up to 41. Oh boy, this car has been through the ringer. Did he catch a piece of that caution beforehand?
I don't know. This is how it happened. Oh dear. Garen Batten. So Tilson went up the inside of Batten, and Garen was trying to get down low, but I think he wasn't anticipating that Tilson would still be slightly alongside. And so getting absolutely cleaned up by Dwayne Burns as well. There's the incident from Batten's perspective. And then, yeah, Burns and one of the other MFR cars, it looks like, got involved in that one. I think it might have been Gavin Cox. And Batten has been given an end-of-line penalty for that. No surprise there. But yeah, Len, this is old school NASCAR. This is before the green-white checkered era. So if we end up getting another caution after this, we will be finishing under caution, which is going to be a mildly disappointing end to this race.
Hold on, there's still more room for chaos here. So if they don't extend the caution, we will get the restart with 1 to go. In iRacing, white flag locks out the yellow. So if they get to the start and finish line, and we get the green and white flag to restart the race, they're racing back to the line no matter what. So it doesn't matter what happens in front of you. If Morton and Walker come together one more time, or somebody else wipes out, you got to drive through that mess to try to win this race. So yeah, right. I don't know who's going to win this.
Yeah, it's genuinely totally up in the air. So yeah, I was unclear on how many laps the caution would actually last. So it's looking like it's looking like a lap to go restart, and that means that they will be racing to the line no matter what happens. Okay, I'm clear on that now. So
okay, let me.
Okay, all right. Scratch all of that. Scratch that whole bloody discussion. So basically, we're getting the equivalent of a green-white checker in this.
Yeah, I was about to say it would be. It would be clear as mud, because if somebody wrecks coming to the start-finish line to start the final lap, there could still be a caution, and then we're still all upset because we're breaking cars for no reason. I mean, the only thing we haven't done yet, knock on wood, I can't reach the woods, and oh boy, I'm in trouble for this.
I have no wood in my vicinity.
We have not sent a car out of the ballpark yet.
We'll see if you've manifested something there, Lynn. I've been smashing the dried mangoes for the last couple hours. I need all the energy I can get here, because these last couple of laps, hopefully,
lights are out on the pace car. Lights are out on the pace car. It's lap 398 for Justin Morton. He'll get the restart at 399. This will be the final restart again. Just to clarify what's going to happen here, if the caution comes out on the restart, that's it for the race. If they make it all the way back to the line, oh, it's green flag. Never mind.
Yeah. So away we go. Big one at the back, apparently, and I think that's it. Yep. Dwayne Burns in the Cobalt car, getting it turned back around. What even happened there? Looks like maybe a checkup again between the Fusion cars. Bit of a problem. So Stuart Elder got checked up, and Jason Lottridge got underneath him. And then that itself caused a checkup that Burns could do very little about. I reckon keep an eye on it from Burns' perspective here, potentially on board, because you'll see the Fusion cars here. They're trying to sort themselves out here. One goes
the
below.
0-3 catches the apron, and that shoots him up the hill into the 115, and that causes a stack up for the 620 to try to avoid, but then then it's just accordions, and yeah.
Yeah. So Lottridge ultimately was checked up thanks to that contact with Stuart Elder. So you'll see the contact happen there, and then he checks up, and right there is Burns getting into him, and Garen Batten basically just drives through it. And, Dwayne Burns has been given an end-of-line penalty thanks to that, which means checkered flag is out, and Justin Morton has officially won the race. So there you go. Number 9 is your victor from pole position.
He is probably the only person that is actually happy about the outcome of this race. Short of everybody else just being relieved that this thing is finally over. Holy guacamole! It was. I have lost track of the time, but that was at least 4 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, we went live nearly 4.5 hours ago.
Yeah, went live at 1 a.m. Central Time. It's 5:12.
Nearly breakfast time for you.
Oh, it's bedtime for me.
Well, regardless, congratulations to Justin Morton. I mean, for all of our disappointment that it finished under caution, it was such a chaotic last, 10, 15 laps or so. It was a beautiful drive from Justin Morton. He played it perfectly every time. He was the most consistent. He wasn't always the fastest, but he played that race the best, and it's a well-deserved victory over James Walker and Ryan Steele. Robert Northway up to 4th, Julian Mookie getting a top 5 for his troubles, and Robert DeLoach up to 6th place. He'll be very happy with that, as will Hayden Kirk with a 7th spot finish. Ray Partridge finishes where he started in 8th, with Jake Fox making up 11 spots to 9th. Dean Mole rounds out the top 10. Behind him, Clint Day gets ahead of Wayne Hutchison and Ewan Baker, who were involved in a lot of that chaos in the closing stages of the race. Both of them running quite well before that. A very disappointing result for them. Garen Batten in 14th, with Brian Scrivener and Jason Lottridge rounding out your top 16. Burns involved in the final caution. Gavin Barber and Gavin Cox for Middle Finger Racing, 18th and 19th, with Adam Johnson rounding out your top 20. Sam Harper, another driver involved in the final cautions there. 21st for him, ahead of Jonathan Ben and Christian McCrelly. Robbie Bradbury and Daniel Stevens ran out your top 25, and both of them could have been a factor. Robbie Bradbury was having a tough one, but Stevens was in contention for a podium at least. Same for Shane Bowen, had to settle for 26th place in the end, ahead of Ben Doughty, Michael Hogg and Craig Tilson. Stuart Elder rounding out your top 30. One of the last cars left running, with Matt Chalker, Roger Shank, Carl Burke, Phil Otto and Adam Tozer also taken to the start of this one, but they retired a long time ago. Well, that is going to round things off for the race. Let's get into our driver interviews. First off, chat to Justin Morton. A little bit disappointing that we didn't get to see a green flag finish to that one, Justin, but you must have been relieved at least.
Yeah, that was definitely a relief there at the end to just be able to. Sorry, voices in my head. I'm from the server. Yeah, it's just. It would have been nice to let that run green to the end. It would have been really close with Robert, Ewan, James, and Ryan there at the end. But that's just kind of how things can go sometimes on the ovals. You know, we're 400 laps into a race, and everybody's just kind of probably a little bit done with each other and just wanting to get things through, and just a little impatience.
Yeah, this was one of the hardest slogs of the season. Sorry, Lynn.
I was just going to say, Morton, that kind of reminded me of Rockingham a couple of years ago. You remember that one?
I do remember that one. I did miss the race because I had a VR failure the week leading up to it, so I do remember that race, yes.
Lucky man. Anyway, sorry, but Reese, I had to step in there. Back to you.
Yeah, of course. Well, It's going to be another big points day for you after such a hard slog here for 600 miles at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And I guess you, like most of us, are just happy that it's over and you can move on to the next stage of the season.
Yeah, I knew this race was going to be. This race is always hard. We ran in the 87s a few years ago, and that was just an absolute slog. Also, these Gen 4 cars are actually a blast to drive. That race didn't feel too long up until all the cautions there at the end. But I'm ready to go back to bed.
Thank you. Well, yeah, we'll let you get some rest, Justin. But before we do, is there anyone you want to shout out for your result tonight?
I like to thank all the guys on the Fusion team. We put in a lot of work getting the setup where we wanted it. Major's Garage was a great baseline for us to go off and tweak and make it our own. So shout out to them. Shout out to James specifically there at the end. He told me he was going to just try to help me get that win because I think he knew that I really wanted it. And, I really appreciate him not racing me too hard. And thanks to all the admins who run this league and make it as great as it is. And race control, it was pretty ticky-tacky to make calls in the spot. So I appreciate them volunteering to doing such a sometimes almost controversial thing to have to make judgment calls on. So yeah, and thank you guys for doing the broadcasting. You guys do a fantastic job.
Thanks very much, Justin, and yeah, congratulations once again. Catch you next time.
Thank you.
Justin Morton there, winner at Charlotte. In second place, Lynn Kinchelow has caught up with James Walker, another phenomenal drive.
Hi.
James Walker, you managed to survive the chaos and the confusion of this event. Talk us through that last little bit of run.
I was just hoping it would go green. It's like up 6:30 now. I'm tired, exhausted.
Understandable.
Just hoping the race would end.
Yeah, it was a bit like that one TV show with the song that never ends. I won't keep it for very long. So, anybody you would like to shout out here?
I want to thank out the Fusion guys. We put together a nice setup. Obviously, Justin he just had better long run pace than I did. Our painter, Alex Linney, he does great paints. You guys for doing the broadcast and the race control, for being awesome race control people. Thank you.
All right, go to bed.
Yep, James Walker will say goodbye to. And finally, bring in third place finisher Ryan Steele. Tell you what, Ryan, you had to take one step forward and a few steps back a few times during that race. You're probably one of the hardest working drivers out there, so you must be happy with that podium.
Yeah, I was saying it to my team at the end, like with how well I was running, I was going to be disappointed if I finished third. But after what happened for the last 200 laps, I'm thrilled to finish third because I threw that race away, and in my head I was like, oh man, I'm not even going to finish in the top 10 now that I've put myself in the wall. And then things just kept falling back in my way, and I clawed my way back up there. So I am happy with third when I probably deserved worse.
Yeah, I had to play snakes and ladders a few times through that race, but yeah, a podium is yours, and you can carry that points total forward to the next rounds of this championship. Just taking a look at the upcoming events for this one. The Speedway 500 is going to be the next one here. We're still on the oval, but we switched to the Indy cars, and I'm looking forward to that being an incredible show. What about you?
That could be a question mark for me. I suppose I'll probably run okay. I've always kind of had a love-hate relationship with Indy cars, where I hate the way they handle, I hate the way they race, and then somehow I manage to have a decent race anyway, and I don't quite understand what's going on. So it'll somewhat. Of course, IndyCar is so setup dependent, and if we manage to get a setup as a team working together that is really good in traffic, we'll probably do okay. If we can't manage to do that, we're going to struggle and be in the middle of the field. So it's a mixed bag. I don't know what to expect.
Well, regardless, we wish you the best of luck there, and we thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, Ryan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for covering the series.
All right, Ryan Steele, our last driver to have a chat with us here on SimSpeed TV. And I think that's going to be the end of the show for us here, Lynn. Of course, as I touched on, the Speedway 500 on the 4th of May. That is a very significant date indeed, and we kick off that month of May in style. I'm looking forward to it.
Yep. It's early in the month for Indianapolis, but it's a very action-packed schedule upcoming with the majors, a couple of events in the middle of the process, so it's a little early. So but it is a great opportunity if you're looking to run the official Indy 500. It's a great warm-up event to jump into.
Yeah, indeed. So make sure to get your sign-ups in if you're interested. And thanks very much for sticking with us to the end of this show. If you've been here since the start, or if you've decided to catch the last couple of hours of it, very hard work here in the booth, but spare a thought for the drivers as well. They were the hardest workers of all. I'm Reese Gardner, Lynn Kinchelow with me in the comms box, and Dan Yeaman behind the scenes bringing you these live pictures. Big thanks to Scott Rankin as well for joining us in the commentary booth over the course of this event. We are SimSpeed TV. This has been round 4 of the Major Series International Region, the World 600 at Charlotte, with Justin Morton on top. We'll see you next time.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.